Good morning to everyone. I am Mario Pianta. I chair the Istituto Ciampi for Advanced Studies of the Scuola Normale, which is the interdisciplinary international institute of the Scuola, which organizes this conference in cooperation with our colleagues from different faculties. I bring to you the greetings of the rector of Scuola Normale, Luigi Ambrosio, who is abroad and unable to join us today, but who has been very active in our activities. And I welcome you to this conference in the shadow of collapse, Imperial legacies, failed democratization, civil society, and nationalism in the post-Soviet space, which has been organized by Donatella Della Porta from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences and Silvio Pons, from a historian from the Faculties of Humanities in Pisa of Scuola Normale. This is a very important conference, both for the tragedy of the war in Ukraine, which is a major topical challenge of our times, but also for the intellectual endeavor to combine different perspectives, historians, political scientists, scholars of civil society, and democratization activists, because this is really a contribution that is missing in much of the debate on the journalistic coverage of what is happening, and there is a need to go deeper into the research and understanding of the developments taking place in the wide and highly different areas after the end of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Empire. So I don't take more time. Donatella and Silvia will present more specifically the content of the conference, and I welcome our keynote speaker, Mark Basinger from Princeton University, who will shortly deliver his keynote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to collaborate with Silvio in the organizations of these events and to collaborate with the Center for Advanced Studies, Carlo Azeglio Ciampi, and with Mario, of course. This is a conference which I think is very much in the spirit of the Ciampi Institute in at least two perspectives. One is the interdisciplinary approach that we tried to develop on several main concerns and also reflections on actual challenges in nowadays societies. So it is part of a series of initiatives that we had also previously on other crises. Unfortunately, we are jumping quickly from one crisis to the next before solving the previous one. And we had conferences on financial crisis, on the pandemics, and now one of the main concerns that we had when with Silvio we thought about organizing a conference on these topics was, of course, to see how the war on Ukraine has global consequences and to reflect also on its long-term causes and potential effects. So this is also an initiative that reflects on moments of crisis, on fast changes. And when we started to plan with Silvio, we had maybe naive expectations that maybe the war would be over and that we could discuss also the post-war situations, but we were unfortunately wrong. And so the purpose is nevertheless to try to reflect on which type of lessons we can take from the ways in which events are quickly developing. So it's too early, of course, to provide for explanations, and we didn't want really to just focus the events on the war, but we wanted to expand the reflections both in terms of type of conceptual contributions that we can give based on our own concerns with some types of issues that emerge as particularly relevant: failed democratizations, the quick development of crisis, the effect of international events on civil societies, development of nationalism, and topics that could help us to put the actual crisis into perspective, also finding in the social science and the historical literature some keys that allows us to better understand our times. So locating the crisis within broader transformations in regimes, institutions, civil society organizations, and effect. This we will do also in a double perspective. Tomorrow we will have the more historical side of the conference, and Silvio after me will introduce a bit the topic. For the 2 days part of the events, we organize it, including with the keynotes, in order also to try to develop reflections on issues on which we have been working along and during the different types of crisis. The role of civil society's organizations in contentious politics, their success, but in today's conference also the failures, the type of big transformations that have been at the basis of the concept of contentious politics, with attempt to bridge reflections on democratizations, revolutions, nationalism, different forms of uprising, and also the type of backlash in international relations, but also effect at the national level, and how this has been connected also with the bad side of social movements, in particular on issues of gender, civil societies, but also in terms of labor rights and so on. And this interest is, I will develop it in the keynote, especially also oriented to try to understand how our type of theories and our also empirical knowledge can help understanding special times that are not the normal times in which political science and sociology could develop theories in which causes were directly and neatly linked to effects, but events in which processes are developing at very quick paces with a lot of power of contingent event and contingent development, power of agencies, but also a particular risky moment in terms of interactions of different type of actors and mechanisms. So in the background, there is also attentions to critical junctures, time intensifications, eventful protest, and how they can contribute to destabilize system, but also keeping open the open-ended effect, with open-ended effect. So how to study processes which are conjunctural, open-ended, and agentic is also part of our reflections. And of course, a broader reflections to which we want to contribute is what can scholars and citizens do in this dramatic moment in order to better understand also in comparison with the similar moment and in the historical perspective how to intervene, which type of perspectives are open. So just as a few words of introductions, and I leave the
Thank you. When we started thinking of this conference, there was much hope, or some hope. Naive, as you said, that it would take place in a post-war scenery. But we also assumed that the reflections stemming from the Russian war in Ukraine would anyway be important to discuss. Our basic idea is that we need analysis even in wartime, and even more so in a long-lasting wartime. May have to take sides, must take sides. But we should never give up with analytical and scientific approaches to provide deeper understanding. I believe that the interdisciplinary framework of a conference gathering political scientists and historians will be particularly stimulating. As for the content of the conference, let me just note that for a significant time we have been assuming that the aftermath of the Soviet collapse was behind our shoulders and would not affect Europe longer. Now, how superficial and self-deluding was such an assumption? Our expectation is to contribute to rethinking the implications and the long-term effects of the Soviet collapse by analyzing a wide range of political, social, economic, and international aspects concerning Russia, Ukraine, and the post-Soviet space. This could hopefully help to reflect on the profound changes brought about by the war, which are unpredictable in many ways, but also are clearly destined to seriously involve the future of Europe and the global order in the new century. But as I can say, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I invite now our keynote speaker to the table, Mark Basinger from Princeton University, and Donatella will introduce him.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for coming and accepting to be with us. Mark, as most of you know already, is Harry Putnam Professor in the Department of Politics at Princeton University Press, and he has been working previously in the University of Wisconsin and in Harvard universities. His main fields dovetail perfectly with the topics of this conference, both in terms of areas, even though the areas that Mark is an expert of are quite broad, including almost the globe, but also in terms of the type of perspectives in which he has been working on this moment that are certainly extraordinary and that involve also in intensifications of reflections on different type of processes and dynamics. He's an expert on social movements, revolutions, nationalism, state building, and imperialism, and he has been working on former Soviet Union and the post-Soviet states. I'm most glad to have Mark with us, especially because of two books that have been so inspirationally for my own work. And one is nationalist mobilizations and the collapse of the Soviet state, which is still very relevant in terms of the topic, but for me was also especially important in the reflections about how nationalism can develop, and especially how the ways in which nationalist ideas and practices develop are influenced by the type of times that we live in. So with long terms in which nationalism tend to be quite static in its development, but also intense time. And when Marx studied the tides of development and protest that brought about, or at least coincided with the collapse of the Soviet state, his reflections on tides and his reflections on how they are related with intensifications of times and the emergence of revolutionary moments are particularly relevant, I think, also from the point of view of the methodological reflections on how to address times that are not the quiet times that we are accustomed to analyze, but intense time that produce big transformations. And the other books that I want to cite, because it is, I think, a masterpiece for us working on contentious politics, is his recent book on the revolutionary city, with attentions to another element which is particularly relevant for our discussions, which is the transformations in revolutionary movements, and in two perspectives which I think are relevant for our discussions. One is the locations and how the transformations in the urban landscape has affected these specific moments that have been often labeled as revolutions. But the other one is also the transformations in the aims of this type of events, the shift from not only from rural to urban, but also in the next step from the type of social class issues that were fundamental for the first events to be called revolutions, to issues of anti-corruption and more, say, critical views on the political class and so on. So I talked too much. It's a pleasure to have you, Mark, and please.
Okay, well, thank you, first of all, Donatella and Silvio and Mario, for inviting me to be here to address this conference, which looks like it's going to be very, very interesting. It's certainly at an interesting juncture in time. It's a pleasure to be back in Florence and to be back here at SNS. So, you know, essentially, our purposes, I think, over the next 2 days is to take stock of the trajectories of development in the region since the collapse of communism, but especially in light of the event that has happened here over the last year or so, Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. As you know, Putin justified this invasion by claiming that Ukraine was a completely artificial entity, that Soviet ethno-federalism, for instance, was a communist invention that undermined the true history of the region and its historical relationship with Russia. And it's clear that in the early months of the war, Putin made a clear effort to wipe Ukraine off of the map. This was to occur in a number of different ways. But for one thing, the hope was that he would capture Kiev. In fact, it was supposed to happen in 3 days. They even packed the uniforms in order to have a victory parade in Kiev, as you probably all know. You know, the idea there was probably to keep a rump state of Ukraine, a puppet regime, in order to rule over the rest of Ukraine and then to incorporate other portions of Ukraine. But we have different plans that seem to have been floated, and we're not exactly sure of what was to happen. So former President Dmitry Medvedev, for instance, has, he's suggested eliminating Ukraine entirely. I've put up on the screen there his map of what Europe was supposed to be like there on the bottom right. This part of Europe was supposed to be like. That is, Ukraine would be largely eliminated, incorporated by Poland and Russia, much like Poland was actually divided, as you know, between three different empires. Luckily, Poland was not interested in this idea, but this was clearly something that was being floated. The other thing that we should ponder is how genocide and imperialism have historically been intertwined. So this is something that was recognized, obviously, by Hannah Arendt. It was recognized by Raphael Lemkin. And I think that that connection is also being borne out today in southern and eastern Ukraine with massacres of civilians, ethnic cleansing, and policies of cultural extermination. But here you can see various, or at least in the bottom, different schemes of what this area was to look like had Russia succeeded. Now, it's clear that, this invasion constitutes a major turning point in politics. It is very much the kind of eventful thing that Donatella was talking about. One of the major shifts, tectonic shifts. It's a major turning point in not only the politics of this region, but also in world politics. So in addition to the millions of lives that have been shattered, this event, this war, has isolated Russia from Western economies and societies. It's exposed the weaknesses of the Russian military. It's solidified NATO, expanded NATO, actually, contrary to what Putin was hoping. It brought Russia and China together clearly in closer relationship. It signaled an end to the era of rampant globalization and a neoliberal development that had dominated world politics since the end of the Cold War. But, in addition to that, I think it should shatter as well some of our illusions about it and some of our assumptions about this region of the world. Assumptions about the politics that have long dominated studies of the region. And, the war and its consequences did not materialize suddenly. They came out of a long series of developments, and it's true, clearly, Putin's decision-making is, important to that outcome, but they didn't come out of the blue. The war was not well anticipated by most analysts, let alone by most governments. Its outcomes so far have taken many people by surprise. Most people didn't predict that Ukraine would put up such resistance to Russia. Most people believed that the Russian state would roll over Ukraine. So not only did the occurrence of the event was not well predicted, but even how the event itself has unfolded. So I think taking stock of this, at this point in time, and what does this really mean? How should we revision how did we get to this moment in order to understand what this moment is about and how we should think about studying this region. So that's what I'm going to be trying to do. My hope is to try to set the stage for some of the conversation over the next 2 days. I'll be lucky if I achieve any of that, but essentially want to make 4 points. First, I want to underline the ways in which the history of empire in this part of the world is a key factor in shaping politics, the region's politics. In fact, what I'm going to be arguing is that it's actually what constitutes this region in itself, to the extent that it is a region. Second, I want to highlight the ways in which that imperial history is intertwined with regime politics across the region. So in this part of the world, and this is not the only part of the world where this is true, but in this part of the world, dictatorship and Russian influence have tended to coincide. Democratization in this part of the world, like some other parts of the world, has strong geopolitical implications. So democratization in the region, I'm also going to argue it has been driven less by commitment to democratic values shared by a population than by rejection of dictatorship and a desire to escape Russian control. So there is this element of nationalism underpinning it, or national identity underpinning much of these choices. Third, I want to point to what has been the mirage of the state in the region, the state strength and weakness that are oddly combined, and to talk about state strength and weakness as relational concepts. That is, Russia's failures in Ukraine have as much to do with the targets against which the Russian state has been oriented as it does with the character of Russian institutions. And we need to think about these issues. And finally, I want to talk about the possibilities and limits of revolutions as a path for altering regime trajectories, in part because I've been writing about that, but also because I think it's relevant as well. So there's the larger question that hangs over the study of this area and that has always hung over the study of this area about what makes it a region in the first place. And of course, regions are artificial devices. They're labels of convenience that we use to stand for some broad historical experience or geography that's shared in common. But the very nature of the region that we're examining at this conference has always been contested. It's always been contested. Is it Europe? Is it Asia? Is it Eurasia? What is Eurasia? This is a term, with loaded historical significance and often associated with the far right. With far-right Russian nationalism. Where does Europe stop? Does it stop at the Polish border, at the Urals, at the Georgian-Turkish border, or at the Armenian-Iranian border? Sometimes, like in this conference, and I don't mean any disrespect to the title of the conference, but we use the word space to describe this area, right? In part because we don't know what else to do. We use the word space to talk about the area. I'm not aware that the word space is used to describe any other part of the world. We don't talk about African space. We don't talk about Middle Eastern space. We don't talk about Latin American space. Space implies in itself, and many people use this term to describe this area as space. It implies an indeterminacy. It implies an indeterminacy and inability to define boundaries, and perhaps even implies an emptiness into which actors might feel free to move. In some ways, you could understand it as a kind of neo-imperial term, right? And I know that's not the intention here, but nevertheless, that it does imply those things. And former republics of the USSR don't want to be understood as an indeterminate empty space. They want to be understood as fully fledged sovereign entities, in international society with their own cultures and with their own societies. So similarly, we have labels like post-Soviet or post-communist. Again, all of this has to do with we don't really know how to describe this area, right? Post-Soviet or post-communist. These were always meant to be provisional temporal markers aimed at signaling some kind of liminal state of change and transition. And of course, towards what the transition was happening, we really didn't know. We remained unclear, although we thought we knew at the beginning, but then we didn't really know. So today, many people in the region reject the post-Soviet moniker as applied to themselves. Many Ukrainians reject that moniker, although certainly the legacies of the Soviet Union are profound and they continue to influence the area. Post-communist legacy is rejected by many in East Central Europe, right, as being inapplicable. And almost half of the populations of these countries did not live under communist regimes. So we have a generational shift that's also happening. They don't have any direct knowledge of that experience. We also have the diversity of the peoples and the cultures that are across this area. And that's always raised issues about what it is that, makes this a region. And after, more than 3 decades of divergent development, the rationale for thinking about this as a singular region, I think, has weakened further. But there's always been one thing situated at the center of this region, and that all of these countries share in common. All of them share in common. It's the one thing that doesn't appear in any of the descriptors of the region, that is Russia. To the extent that it is a region, it consists of lands that were once controlled by Russia. We don't call it that. That's really what's going on here when we talk about this as a region. There have been multiple Russian-dominated states over the past 2 centuries, each of which has ultimately collapsed due to the resistance that it's experienced, that they have experienced, and the weaknesses of those Russian states, Russian-dominated states. Moreover, these are countries that are fated by geography. fated by geography to live in the shadow of their former occupier. A former occupier that continues to harbor political pretensions toward them, to control them. In 1995, I published an essay that was entitled State Building in the Shadow of an Empire State. State building in the shadow of an empire state. It was essentially about how living next to one's former occupier, that is an occupier that has never completely come to grips with its loss of your territory, is a fundamentally different experience from post-colonial Africa, Asia, or Latin America. Most former colonial territories have not had to worry about the possibility of being reoccupied by their former imperial masters. And while while colonial powers, former colonial powers certainly have mucked around in their former colonies, they recognize the legitimacy of decolonization. They recognize that those states should be independent states. That's not the case with Russia today. At least under Putin, it's not the case. So Putin's war has reinforced the lesson that living next to Russia is a potentially dangerous and precarious fate. For peoples of the region, that's actually not a new lesson. It's actually an old lesson. But it's a lesson that nevertheless, I think, exercises a very profound effect over the politics of this region of the world. So let me emphasize, first of all, that the persistence of imperial ambition after the collapse of empire is not a distinctly Russian problem. It's a problem that faces all empires. In 2019, for instance, a YouGov survey conducted in multiple European countries asked respondents whether they would like their country to still have an empire. Now, you may be surprised to learn, maybe you're not, I don't know, that 17% of French, 17% of Spanish, 9% of Germans, 27% of British, and 14% of Italians answered in the affirmative. That is that, they would like their countries to still have an empire. However, the important point is, at least for what I'm going to argue, that in all these countries, clear majorities said no. Clear majorities said no, including, by the way, 71% of Italians, so you can breathe a little bit more easily. But nevertheless, across Europe, there is a consensus that, empire, European states don't want to be empires anymore. Now that, to some extent, is the key difference with Russia today. It's the size of that group, the size of that group. So for instance, a Pew survey in Russia in 2012 found that 44% of Russians agreed with the statement that it is natural for Russia to have an empire. It's natural. Okay. Not whether it should have it, or whether it would be desirable, but it's natural for Russia to have an empire. And that's 2 to 3 times the equivalent group in Western Europe. Moreover, a minority, 31%, disagreed. 31%. So similarly, in 2019, YouGov asked the following questions in a number of countries. It said, thinking about your country's former empire, would you say that it's something to be proud of or something to be ashamed of? 9% of Germans, 11% of Spanish, 18% of Japanese, 21% of Italians, 26% of French, 32% of British expressed their pride in empire, something to be proud of. And I don't know what the story is with the Dutch, but the Dutch are extremely proud of their empire, that somehow they forgot about Indonesia. But a similar question was asked by the Levada Center in 2016. It found that 76% of Russians expressed pride in the Russian Empire's imperial conquests. After the invasion of Ukraine, some commentators speculated that Putin had lost leave of his senses, that he was quite literally insane. Certainly, Putin's engaged in criminal behavior. Someday, perhaps he'll be held accountable, but the invasion cannot be explained as the madness of a single individual. Wrong to think about it that way. Certainly, Putin is the most influential individual. And for some portion of the population, you know, these beliefs may be the product of the propaganda state, but it's deeper than that to some extent. There are deeper cultural attitudes that are at play. And it's important not to reify Russian culture, absolutely important. It is complex, it contains a significant minority that rejects Russia's slide into imperialism, and there's a very significant portion of the population that just doesn't care. But there is also a significant political base in Russia, you know, for the policies that are being pursued, and it is what allows these to be carried out to some extent. Didn't forget that. So the real question is not why Russians are instinctively imperialist, because not all Russians are instinctively imperialist. It's rather, why does this element in Russia, this minority, significant minority of 30-some%, 35%, maybe it's slightly more, I don't know, but why does the politics of empire persist among that group despite the repeated collapse of Russian empires? We have 3 Russian empires that have collapsed over the last century, but this politics continues. So I think there are at least 3 reasons. One is the difficult problems, I think, faced by all overland empires in defining their boundaries, which differs fundamentally from overseas empires. So for overseas empires, it is much easier, was much easier to draw boundaries in the wake of the collapse of empire. Draw boundaries, the boundaries of the nation, given the physical and social distance between colonizer and colonial subject. And that physical distance was often marked by race and the ways in which race was defined. But in overland empires, defining nation and state in these situations is a perennial problem. And this has been true not only in Russia, but for all overland empires, and even for the multicultural cores, imperial cores of overseas empires. So the ambiguity of where Russia ends and who is Russian continues to be a central issue within Russian politics. It actually constitutes much of what is at stake or has been made at stake in the invasion of Ukraine, at least according to the way in which it's been justified by Putin. So in Western Europe, state building took place also within the context of the Westphalian system, the developing Westphalian system, a thicker web of norms concerning state sovereignty, even as Europe was pushing abroad and creating empires outside of the context of Europe. Now, by contrast, the Russian state developed largely in interaction with decaying overland empires on its periphery. That's how it was built. It was the weaknesses of the empires on its periphery that ultimately created the modern Russian state in its territorial configuration. But that fostered a fuzziness concerning the boundaries of state and nation. Second, there is the issue of Russia's sheer size. It is 11% of the land surface of the earth, and the special rights that Russia accords itself as a result of that. So no overland empire has ever operated on this scale, at least for this period of time. And unlike Germany and Japan, Russia has never been occupied in the modern era and reconfigured internally. In fact, the very idea in a nuclear age would be madness, absolute madness. It's not that Russia hasn't lost wars, it has lost wars. But it's just simply too large to be occupied, let alone reconfigured by outside powers like Germany was. That just is not going to happen. Moreover, its size has bred a sense of geopolitical privilege, essentially, a type of megalomania, a belief that Russia should therefore because of its size, therefore be accorded special and exclusive rights within the international system over others. Now, it's not the only country to assert those kinds of special rights. There are other countries, my own country, has acted at times in similar ways, often with, and usually with disastrous results, almost always with disastrous results when it has attempted to create an exclusive sphere of influence. But Russia, we are told, deserves to have its own exclusive sphere of influence today, largely because of its size. As Alexander Dugin put it, a country possessing the largest territory on earth cannot but have a special geopolitical role in the world, cannot but claim the status of a great power. Putin even talks about this as a question of the survival of Russia, whether Russia will have such an exclusive sphere of influence. He essentially has turned imperialism into an existential question. Third, and finally, you can't explain the persistence of Russian imperial ambition across all of these collapsed empires without reference to the weakness of Russia's neighbors. This has always been a factor, as I mentioned before, in Russia's expansion. It remains one today. It breeds a temptation. And though we will see, whether that continues to be the case after the way in which Russia's weaknesses have been exposed by the war, it's nevertheless a key factor in Russia's in continuing imperial ambitions. So the fact is that the politics of empire never really disappeared from this part of the world. We just didn't, or we weren't paying sufficient attention. The significance of this history has largely been missed in much of the political science literature of the region. It would be like studying Latin American politics in the 20th century without, and I'll ask Philippe about this, without studying the impact of the United States on regime politics, right? No talk of Allende's overthrow, no talk of the Contras, no invasion of Haiti, no role for United Fruit Company. You can't talk about the development of Latin America during that period of time without understanding American intervention in that area. Also true that you cannot talk about this region of the world without talking about Russia's intervention, Russia's continuing role. Now, until recently, the overwhelming focus of the literature on Russian authoritarianism has revolved around issues of corruption, issues of patronage, issues of personal aggrandizement, what Henry Hale, for instance, in his work, his widely cited work, calls patronal politics. And I'm not trying to say that that's not important. It is definitely an important dimension of Russian politics. And in fact, many of the weaknesses that we witness in Russia's war effort today trace themselves to those politics. However, many of the assumptions of that literature pointed us away from the realm of ideas, away from the realm of ideas mattering. Certainly, they cannot explain why Russia invaded Ukraine. Until recently, for instance, most analysts understood Putin as what Ronald Winthrop called a tin pot dictator. A tin pot dictator. What's a tin pot dictatorship? According to Winthrop, a tin pot dictatorship is a dictatorship in which the elite wants to, quote, minimize the costs of remaining in power in order to collect the fruits of offices, that is, palaces, Mercedes-Benzes, and bank accounts, Swiss bank accounts. Well, you cannot explain the invasion of Ukraine as the act of a tin pot dictator, as the act of an elite merely interested in enriching itself. Why would Putin risk everything? Risk absolutely everything. His wealth, his regime, his Swiss bank accounts, whatever. Why would he risk that by invading Ukraine? There's something more powerful, clearly, that's at work. And the fact that he would throw all caution to the wind for the sake of restoring what he calls historical Russia tells us that something significant is missing from that picture. Or you can take the more recent model by Treisman and Gurdjieff, model called information dictatorship, in which dictators survive because they convince their publics that they are the most competent political forces in the land, and these dictatorships are supposed to rest not on fear or on culture, but on spin, on propaganda. Russia, in fact, in their work, is the poster child for spin dictatorships. So totalitarian dictators, Gurdjieff and Treisman tell us, They tried to isolate their countries and relied on coercion to reinforce propaganda. Spin dictators, by contrast, engineer their own popularity without resource to much coercion, but on the basis of economic growth and propaganda, by persuading their citizens of their competence. Now, there's several problems here with that, especially today, in today's context. It fails, for instance, to explain why propaganda about the war is believable to a significant portion of the population in Russia. And there's a significant portion for which that doesn't care, but there is a significant portion that does believe. And propaganda only works because of the ground that history and prior belief prepare for it. We know that from psychological studies, that propaganda becomes accepted because people are ready to accept it. It doesn't exist in a cultural vacuum. Now, certainly there are Russians who are passively rallying around the flag, many of them, but there are also many who are actively participating in the war effort. Also, this model, this spin dictator model, according to the model, says that once a population loses its belief in the competence of the leaders, it should overthrow them. It should be expected to overthrow them. Well, it's hard to believe in the competence of the leaders in the Kremlin today, given the nature of the war effort, the botched nature of the war effort. But it does not appear that, at least, that Putin is in danger of being overthrown from below at this point. So that does not, at least up to this point in time, seem to be part of the Russian story. Finally, this Treisman-Guriev model, in this model, force should not be necessary to reinforce propaganda. They say that that's what differentiates an information dictatorship from a totalitarian one. Yet concurrently with the rise of Russia's information dictatorship, and most clearly since the 22 invasion, but certainly well prepared by actions before that, the Putin regime has moved to impose greater restrictions on society, It's been eliminating alternative forms of information, imposing draconian penalties on dissent, closing down centers of alternative thought. So if anything, since the war began, we've witnessed a re-totalitarianization of Russia with new controls imposed on education, on speech, on protest in ways that were unimaginable up until this point in time. So that's not a spin dictatorship. That's a fear dictatorship. And in fact, the threat of violence is always in the backdrop of all autocratic regimes, no matter what their configuration, but it has been becoming much more open in terms of that threat. So the fact is that Russia's developmental trajectory has from the very beginning been exceptional. And part of that is related to Russia's role as an aspiring hegemon in the region. So to drive this point home, let's look at Russia's regime trajectory across several key dimensions compared to other countries of the region. And to do that, I classified post-communist countries by their initial pathways from communism from 1989 to 1992, that sort of critical juncture where things changed, that time window. Some took a revolutionary path, what Donatella calls in her book, Where Has the Revolution Gone?, an eventful path. Others took a path that was dominated, the immediate turnover was dominated by elections. Some of those elections turned the key over to anti-communists, and some of those elections turned them over to post-communists. In others, there was no real transition that occurred at all. So now, when you look at countries classified by that, and you can disagree with my classification, we can talk about that later. So Russia is in the black there. You can see Russia, in terms of rule of law, looks very similar to those countries, and always looked more similar to those countries that had experienced no transition whatsoever than it did to others. And yet, you look at freedom of speech, quite the opposite is true. At least in its first 8 years, it looked like countries that underwent revolutionary transitions. And then if you look at what we political scientists call horizontal accountability, that is, checks and balances between institutions and how they keep one another accountable. In its first 8 years, Russia actually looked more like electoral transitions than either the other two. So what stands out on all three dimensions, however, is how Russia under Putin came to resemble more and more those countries that experienced no political transition. So Russia's path, to try to generalize from Russia's path is kind of difficult because it pursued a sui generis path of development over this time. It has an idiosyncratic path, but it converged over time across all of these dimensions to be much more dictatorial. Now, one thing that can't explain this is political values. So the choice of democracy in this region of the world has been much more of a function of the rejection of dictatorship and rejection of foreign domination than it has been an embrace of democratic values. It's often fueled by identities shaped by the history of empire in the region. So take, for instance, here Estonians, and this is data from the mid-1990s from the World Values Survey. So they were asked, what should be the priority of government, maintaining order or respecting freedom of the individual? And the responses of Estonians were practically identical to the responses of Russians in Russia. In fact, on most political values, there was really not much different in terms of Russians versus Estonians in terms of their key political values. However, there was one area in which they were quite different: democracy. The choice of democracy, the choice of regime. 81% of Estonians thought having a democracy was a good thing. 45% of Russians thought democracy was a good thing. Now, admittedly, that's shaped in part by the sad history of democracy in the 1990s in Russia, but there's another factor, there are other factors that are taking place too, and that is a national identity. So the answer lies at least in Estonia, not so much in the sad history of democracy in Russia, but in the desire to return to Europe, right, to escape Russian domination. And to do that, one needed to be democratic. The choice of democracy was dictated by the desire to escape empire. So what was striking, not only in Estonia, but across the Baltic region, was the speed to which alternatives to democracy disappeared from the political spectrum. They became unimaginable, as Estonian sociologist Mikko Lagerspets points it. It says a narrowing of the mental horizons of society due to this desire to escape Russian domination. So for Estonians, to be European meant to walk and talk like a European, to support democracy in the market. Now, eventually, those values may have sunk in, but at least, in the 1990s, don't know. Maybe not so certain. Values change very slowly. So we see a similar transformation occurring in Ukraine today, where Russia's invasions have consolidated identities, pushed Ukrainians to look westward. In 2000, 1 out of every 10 Ukrainians still self-identified as Soviet. 4 out of every 10 identified more with their city, village, or province than they did as citizens of Ukraine. Today, that identity landscape has been transformed, totally transformed, and it's been transformed as a result of Russian interventions. Today, 85% identify as citizens of Ukraine. So revolutions and foreign invasions constituted key tipping points in identity politics in this Ukraine. Much of that consolidation has been driven by the existential threat posed by Russian military interventions. The Crimean annexation, the Russian interventions in the Donbass led to a decisive shift in geopolitical orientations in Ukraine, away from Russia and toward Europe. So from a country that was relatively evenly divided in geopolitical orientations, Ukraine was transformed into a society in which there's generally consensus, largely consensus, over integration with Europe and embracing NATO membership, something which was totally unimaginable only a decade ago. That shift has been a major driver of reforms in Ukraine. It's also been a major driver of attitudes towards democracy. So much as in the Baltic, if Ukraine was to escape Russian domination and be part of Europe, it had to start to act like part of Europe. Much of the European transformation, much of the Ukrainian transformation since 2014 has been driven in this way, in some ways, from the outside in. If you take, for instance, Olga Onuk's surveys about how Ukrainians feel towards democracy, she shows that in 2019, only 41% of Ukrainian society thought that democracy was preferable to any other form of government. Today, that proportion stands at 76%. Was this a change in values? Values changed slowly. What changed was the situation, the eventful situation that transformed identities. Now, Russia, by contrast, has moved obviously in the opposite direction, towards greater dictatorship. And it has ended up isolating itself from the West. It's allied now with China. It's more dependent on Asia economically than on Europe, even as it's grown more autocratic. And there are reasons for Russia's regime trajectory over the last 3 decades, and at least part of the causes, not all of them, but one part of the causes are rooted in Russia's geopolitical ambitions. Beginning in the mid-1990s, Moscow began seeking to reassert its control over its former territories. It had weak external incentives to emulate Western democracies because it saw itself as a competing center, a competing axis of authority to that of the West, particularly the European Union and NATO. And as they expanded eastward into what Moscow thought of as its patrimony, this caused Russia to become much more assertive in its efforts to preserve its claimed zone of privilege. Now, a related factor that has also driven Russia along this path of dictatorship has been the threat of revolution. The threat of revolution. And revolution and regime change have been closely linked with geopolitics throughout the region. Revolutions in the region play a dual role in this regard. Not only do they threaten to undermine Russian influence in the region, but they also threaten Putin's regime internally through the example that they provide. But already by the time of the color revolutions, Russia had come to define itself essentially as a counter-revolutionary state. And you have to ask yourself, well, why? Why was it opposed to revolution? It was opposed to revolution because those revolutions had geopolitical implications. They had geopolitical implications for Russia's control over what it defined as its area of patrimony. After the 2011-2012 protests in Russia and the threat that they represented to the Putin regime, and we'll hear more about that, I'm sure, Russia turned in a much more serious way to counter-revolution and dictatorship. Counter-revolution and dictatorship went hand in hand to some extent throughout the region. They are intertwined. Now, the record shows that revolutions have been powerful factors pushing towards greater political and civil liberties throughout the region. But what I'm implying is that part of the reason is geopolitical to some extent. But to the extent to which they've been able to function as engines of robust and well-rounded democratization has really depended. It's depended on what's happened after revolution. It's depended on the timing of the revolution. And as you can see here, this is from the initial transition data, the countries classified by their initial 1989 to 1992 transition. Those countries that experienced revolutionary transitions to democracy at that time have performed better in terms of democracy than others, but they're still below the average for all democracies during this period. They would qualify, I suppose, as very low-quality democracies, but there's also quite a lot of variation among them. Now, by contrast, those countries that experienced later revolutions after 1992, that would be Serbia, Georgia, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and I put up the individual paths for each one of those. I don't know if you can read them, but those sets of countries display below average levels of democracy that fall short of the average for all liberal democracies. But those that experience revolutions after 1992 also experience a considerable backsliding after a number of years. Considerable backsliding. And as these patterns show, initial transition paths out of communism have generally been sticky, with the exception of Russia. They've generally been sticky in terms of their impact on regime trajectories, and it's a question I think we need to answer. Revolutions have been powerful vehicles for breaking geopolitical dependence on Moscow, and they have been associated with making progress on civil and political liberties. But they have not been a panacea for producing democracies in the region. I'm going to end in a minute, but I just wanted to mention one other thing, the story of weakness of the Russian state that has been revealed by the invasion of Ukraine. And, nearly everyone expected this invasion to be a cakewalk for the Russian army, not least the Russian army itself. But organizational weaknesses pervade the Russian war effort, and they continue to do so. What is also striking is the fragmentation of the Russian war effort. So few states in the world today depend on mercenary armies in order to conduct major wars, but Russia does. And it has multiple private armies, on its territory today, which I find very worrisome in thinking about Russia's future. But to the extent that the failure of the Russian war effort is to some extent, it is a well-known story within the literature on Russian politics. That is the so-called weak strongman type of story that Tim Fry talks about, the syndrome in contemporary Russia. That is, the coercive capacity of the Russian state makes Russia appear strong, but beneath the surface there are institutional weaknesses. This has always been true to some extent for Russia. But the state weakness and state strength are relational concepts. When facing weaker targets, those institutional weaknesses have generally not mattered for outcomes. The Russian invasion of Georgia, for instance, was full of similar problems of command and coordination that Russia is experiencing in Ukraine today. But the small Georgian army, and largely without Western aid, was no match, really, for the Russian army, for Russian forces. But when they're matched against a consolidating Ukraine nation, aided in a significant way by its Western allies, Russia's institutional weaknesses have been on full display. So Russia, in terms of state strength, is quite capable of picking on weaker targets. Its fragmented dissident community, its weaker neighbors, its disorganized states in Africa or elsewhere. But it's another matter when it has to face real opposition, and it's here where its underlying weaknesses. Okay, I should end here. Just to sum up, the invasion of Ukraine should cause us to recalibrate a number of understandings of some of the drivers of politics across this region. And as it exemplifies, it's difficult to talk about this part of the world without also engaging its longstanding history of empire, of Russian domination over the region, which is a major shaper of identities, a major shaper of Russia's persisting geopolitical ambition. The history of empire matters for regime trajectories across the region in the ways in which mobilization against domination has been intertwined with embrace of Europe. If democracy is to develop in this region of the world, it's partially a matter of geopolitical choice, but it's a matter then of what happens after that geopolitical choice and how things then subsequently develop. It's not a moment of choice. It also matters in how the history of empire and how Russia's evolution has been associated with geopolitical ambition, with counter-revolution across the region, given the association of revolutions with geopolitics in the region. and with Russia's concomitant rejection of the West. And it matters in terms of how regime type itself is now embroiled in geopolitics. That's why it's referred to as a new Cold War, because it's not the same thing as the Cold War, but it has certain resemblances in terms of this convergence of regime politics and geopolitical ambition. So, in short, this is a region that's dominated by its imperial past. It's a past it has never fully transcended, and it even defines the region itself to some extent as a region, if we want to talk about it that way. And it's a past that continues to live with us in the events that are unfolding today in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for this very illuminating keynote, and I'm sure that it will give us as the point of reference in our discussion. So the discussion will be long. It will last for a couple of days, and we will have also the roundtable tomorrow, but we have time for a few questions now. So please. Okay, if you can say your name and
Yes. Hi. Good evening. My name is Eleonora Cappuccilli. I'm a historian of the Renaissance. I'm very emotional to speak about this topic because I'm so sorry, I will not make any academic observations, even though I studied international relations, so I should have the basis to do so. But I would do it on a political basis because I think, sorry, I don't agree with basically anything you said, but politically, not academically. Because first of all, you said that to speak about space would be neo-imperialist, even though it was not the intention of the organizers, implying that to be undetermined, without borders, or you said, I don't remember the exact, empty. It would be something which is bad, as if fluidity would be something bad, as if borders are the only way in which we can think about the space, first. Secondly, it was pretty clear from your conclusion that you said that democratization was the push towards democratization is the outcome of the regions being approached or wanting to approach Europe. Can we actually say that Europe is a democratic space? Can we, if we include not just Poland and Hungary, but Italy too, with this government, and what it's doing with migrants and women?
Can you come to the questions if you had questions?
I have two more points. One is, you spoke about revolutionary paths. Can we, and this is actually an academic objection, revolution is an event, not a path, like going on for centuries. Like it is one event, therefore I don't agree with this. Then you said that there is no contestation of there was a contestation of colonialism in Africa and not in the post-Soviet space, or it is more clear that in Africa there were colonies, while in post-Soviet space, no. But if we think about how France is behaving towards some countries like Senegal, we still see an imperialist attitude there too. So I don't understand why you speak about this difference. And sorry, last thing. I think you also manipulated the surveys because there are, I mean, it's not you. It's like surveys, the way in which surveys are constructed. Was the empire that people were asked about in Russia the Sovietic one or not? Because I mean, it was the previous one. The
Russian Empire, the Tsarist
Yes.
Empire.
okay.
Was written in the table.
Yeah.
Okay, but in any case, I think that these surveys should be really pondered with a grain of salt, because it depends, like, where the people asked about empire originally from, or living in Donbass, or where were they from? Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Val.
Hi, thank you. I just to introduce as well, Valera Sayenko. I'm a PhD, finishing here my PhD, and I'm from Russia. And I just wanted to add, like, the comment about the westernization, democratization of Ukraine. While it's a very interesting one, I kind of agree with its being Russian influence. I don't want to be right now apologetic for Russia, but I think it's also very interesting to consider Ukraine in a specific way as a region, like historically, not just starting from the 90s, but what was before there. And historically, it always has been an anti-Moscow, anti-St. Petersburg region. And much more liberal than what the empirical despotic regime was and the totalitarian Soviet regime was. So I think how the rise of interest in being a democratic state and the national identity, it might not necessarily be connected to what is exactly there, but it might also be connected to the whole repressive regime where, like, for instance, in Russia, I would not really believe most of the surveys, what the surveys say, because if the question is, do you trust Putin? The answer is always yes. It doesn't matter what you truly believe or not. So I guess that this is also an interesting point to take into consideration with the surveys in Ukraine in 2000s. How do you identify yourself, and if you want a democratic state or not? There might be also a difference. Like, I would give some kind, I don't know, the percentage of error I would increase there compared to what the surveys say now, because now, of course, I don't know, I believe it is becoming much more democratic, and much more liberal regime, or I don't know, to be precise, but than what it was, and definitely compared to under which regime the country or the region, what is called Ukraine right now, this borderline, it was under much more oppression during a big part of its history. So of course, yeah, I guess I'm gonna go a long time further, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Volodymyr?
Volodymyr Ishchenko, I'll try to put this question very simple. What do you think about the hypothesis that actually the Russian weakness in the meaning of political regime weakness, in the meaning of the institutional weakness, is actually perhaps a very underestimated reasons to start the war, because the war might provide an opportunities for exactly those, as you call it, re-totalitarianization changes that will not be possible under the peacetime, but that make regime stronger. And this is a separate argument behind the geopolitical, behind the revolutionary consideration.
It's a domestic argument, domestic driven.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you if you prefer, we can...
Maybe we'll collect a couple more and then let me respond.
Okay, Jonathan. And then you.
Thanks. Jonathan Zeitlin, well, I guess now I can say affiliated visiting scholar here at the Ciampi Institute. So I wanted to ask you something actually rather different than the comments you've been getting so far, which is to think about parallels and contrasts between Russia and China. Because, I mean, from the way you presented Russia, you could see China in a way as an anti-Russia. So they have in common both being territorially contiguous historic empires. But obviously, China has not undergone a process either of post-communist transition, democratization, but instead, I mean, if we look over the past 5 years, you could see it as a process of of imperial consolidation. So, imperial territories like Tibet and Xinjiang, the acquisition of Hong Kong and Macau, and obviously, we have the territorial claims on Taiwan, which is, a place which has not been ruled directly by mainland China since 1895, but is very much on the political agenda. And of course, we have the, everyone is concerned about, a possible duplication of what happened in Ukraine, in Taiwan at some point. So I wonder, it's kind of intriguing, I think.
Why don't I take them now, and then I'll
to think about
parallels. Well, that's exactly. I mean, so China exhibits all the issues of an overland empire. How do you define its territory? And of course, it claims all of these territories, and it has resistance to them. And at various times, it's controlled them, and at various times, it hasn't controlled these territories. Great ambiguity about it, although China wouldn't admit that there's any ambiguity about it, and of course, but at the same time, there is. And certainly, if you want to talk about the wills of the people who, inhabit those areas. So, China, China didn't break apart. Demographically, China is quite different because it has assimilated, been much more effective to some extent in assimilating peoples into a Han group, which itself is kind of, or to scratch it, you could see underneath the surface other things. But it exhibits all of those same things. Now, the Soviet Union tried to engage in similar sorts of policies. However, it was constrained to some extent. So certainly the Russian Empire engaged in assimilationist policies as well. The Soviet Empire did, but it was constrained to some extent by this ethno-federal institutions that it created, which helped to some extent to protect identities in ways that didn't happen, for instance, in the Russian Empire. What's interesting about the Russian invasion of Ukraine is that Putin rejects the Soviet experience completely. Not that, he basically rejects Lenin. He rejects Lenin's notion of self-determination of peoples, and essentially says that no, Ukrainians, they're really Russians. It's an invented term. It doesn't exist. And so it is a much more backward-looking justification for invasion than, for instance, the idea that, well, these were part of the Soviet Union. That's not what it's about. That's not what he's saying. He's saying this territory was part of the Russian Empire, of the Tsarist Empire. Therefore, it is part of our historical patrimony and belongs to us. People are not our Russians. Now, I mean, the Russian Empire's relationship with this part of the world really largely goes back to the 18th century, 17th century. So it's not, from time immemorial. Yes, there was a baptism, but there's also a, competed history over this part of the world. There's more than one state in that region that claims its heritage back to the Kiev. So I think there are definitely parallels with China. It's just that Russia's been much less successful in making those claims. So Volodya's question about was regime weakness the reason to start the war? The fact that Putin's regime was becoming so weak that the only way it could survive was to start a war in order to justify imposing restrictions on its population. We ultimately don't know the decision-making, right? None of us were in the Kremlin decision-making room. if probably didn't need to be in a Kremlin decision-making room. He probably needed to be in Putin's bedroom in order to know what was going on here. But to me, I don't think that Putin's regime was threatened. It was not weak. It had been clamping down on opposition. And it's true, you can't just, trust public opinion surveys when they ask you entirely, do you support Putin? There have been various ways of trying to test those things. Some of them find that there is some genuine degree of support. But we also know, that likely, how people interpret that question is very difficult to know, right? Is this a plebiscite on things, or is this really support for Putin? And a plebiscite on what exactly? Or do people just want to, they know that they're not supposed to get involved in politics, and so they'll stay out. So we can't trust those public opinion polls. But that's not what the public opinion polls that I was citing were. Make clear. Those public opinion polls, you would have perhaps expected different results from those public opinion polls. And besides, within a short period of time, people end up, answering the same questions in different ways, which is kind of unusual. The same biases would be in asking, across those surveys. Now, I'm not a great fan of survey analysis to some extent, but I have used it at times. I believe in multi-method research, but I do believe that there are issues that you always have to take into consideration in survey analysis. But I don't think that these have been entirely manipulated to show the result that I'm talking about. I don't think that when we're talking about a world of state sovereignties, that thinking of space as empty and fluid is a good thing. It invites other states to take what they can. So having clarity in terms of state boundaries is a positive thing in a world of state sovereignties. Now, maybe in Renaissance Europe, that was not the case. It wasn't the case. We didn't live in a world then, state sovereignties. But in today's world, particularly if we're interested in an international order that cares about legalities, boundaries are kind of the ultimate legality that you would be concerned about. So let's see. Is there anything else? Why don't we see if we have any more questions, or if
Yes.
maybe that's it. Yeah.
Let's leave that. We have three. Let's keep them short, because considering that Mark involved in the round table.
Carolina De Stefano. I'm a lecturer in Rome in Russian history and politics at University Louis. Regarding this relationship between the regime type and geopolitics, what do you think about the significance of these last 30 years? I mean, do you think that there was something specific, especially regarding these trajectories in the former Soviet space, or I don't know, Yugoslavia, and the EU enlargement linked to a certain optimism in the 90s, something for which also the democratization discourse was working particularly well somehow, and whether this war, which is closing an era, is also paradoxically enough running out this kind of relationship between geopolitics and regime type. I don't know if it's
Yeah, well, I mean, the world that we're leaving behind is a world in which, it was thought of as a unipolar moment, and that's gone, right? It was a moment, it was an unusual moment in which the world seemed to be on the verge of something new, completely new. And although there was some new that came out of it, for sure, I think the results have been somewhat sobering. So there was a lot of optimism associated with that. The end of history, everything leading to democracy and the market. And now, and it's not just the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I mean, there are a number of things that happened which kind of collapse of that world. One, but others, there are plenty of others. Backsliding of democracies in Europe. So we're in a very different world now, but it still is geopoliticized. In fact, I would say geopolitics actually perhaps matters even more now than it did before, in the sense of competition over spheres of influence. And, to some extent that was the story of the Cold War. So that's why I think the analogy is made, although at that time, it was ideologized. What's interesting now is that the world, in my mind, is divided up between those countries that, are imperfect democracies and of a wide motley arrangement of countries that are not. That's quite different than the Cold War. When you have countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran and Russia and China all making common cause, and Venezuela, it's not ideologically driven in essence. It's regime driven. It's regime type driven to some extent, that's different than the Cold War.
Let me collect a few questions, Silvio.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I appreciate it very much, particularly because it provides a sense of history in the formation of the Russian Empire. There is a long-standing debate among historians, as you know. Famously, Geoffrey Hosking, the British historian, wrote that Great Britain had an empire while Russia was an empire. But I still think we need to assess, as far as possible, our understanding of the constraints, or geopolitical constraints, and the nature of Russia as an empire, because we risk very much. I'm not talking about you, but I'm asking what you think about that. We risk very much to see Russia as a kind of eternal empire, to the extent that we underline and stress just Russia's uniqueness. And this obviously has big political implications. So the problem is about, very briefly, about temporality as I see it, and also historical conjunctures. For instance, if you had asked the same question about empire to the British and the French, not in 2019, but 50 years ago, what would be the result? Mm-hmm. So when they had experienced a short-term detachment from their own empires, the French undertook war in Algeria, as we know, mm-hmm. In order to understand that they had to leave their empire. And then conjuncture, in the sense of when Russia collapsed, when the Soviet Union collapsed, of course, the global environment and the pressures and opportunities of a global situation were different from European history. The Europeans had many options. First, post-imperial options. They had their own integration. They built that. So the problem may become even why Russia did not did not construct its own options. They just preserved the continuity of an authoritarian state and and the geopolitical implications of such a state.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank
Oh,
Can I
yeah,
collect?
yeah, collect.
And I have Lorenzo Zamponi, and then
Yep.
just add a note.
And thanks a lot. I am Lorenzo Zamponi. I'm assistant professor here. The party that I found most interesting in your presentation was the one with the trajectories of the different types of post-Soviet countries, and I found convincing the argument of the eventual transition and the path dependencies. But if I understood correctly, you think that that this explanation does not apply to Russia. That the backsliding of Russia does not depend to the pathway that was, but more from historical legacy of empire, which is inherent to Russian national identity. And I was wondering why this exceptionalism? Why do you think that the experience of the transition determines everyone else, but not Russia and this long legacy of empire? Even the Austrian Empire collapsed later than the Russian Empire, but we wouldn't explain Austrian politics in terms of.
No.
And the second.
But Austria is not also invading its neighbors right now, right?
Well, it's a matter of time. It did it quite recently. Yeah. It did it quite
And
recently.
Italy was part of the neighbor.
That's true. All right, I spoke too soon.
And the second point I wanted to make, you were at the last slide, you were mentioning as something noticeable Russian rejection of the West. Okay, but I was wondering, why are we expecting Russia not to reject the West? Of the most of the world to reject. Okay, and so why are you expecting Russia to be pro-Western? What's pushing us to have this explanation? Since Italy, which is not the most aggressive country in Europe, has invaded Russia 3 times in the last couple of centuries. Okay, and other countries have done it way more often. So why are you expecting Russia to be pro-Western?
So, should I
You want
go
to
ahead? Yeah. It's true that Italy has sent expeditionary forces over to Russia 3 times, but it's also true that Russia has invaded many of its neighbors many more times than that. And in fact, you can never explain how Muscovy, from a very small entity, became 11% of the land surface of the earth without understanding the history of Russian Empire. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's built into the very structure of what Russia is, to some extent, its history. That's why people are proud of Imperial past, because you cannot really dissociate that, to some extent, from Russia as it is. But, so why expect Russia to be pro-Western? Well, Russia has a choice. It can be, it doesn't have to be, it decided not to be. I didn't necessarily expect it. It made that choice, not to be. But why did it make that choice? And it made that choice because being part of Europe, integrating itself into Europe, and it had that opportunity, it had that possibility. It was offered it in numerous ways. It didn't want to be part of it. And why? Because it wanted to be its own sphere of influence, a separate sphere of influence, that its size somehow accorded it, and its history accorded it that right. So, it made that choice. That's basically all I was saying. So, the question of why the eventful transition doesn't apply to Russia is a really good one, and I'm not sure I have the full answer, but my speculation about it was essentially that it was this Russian imperial legacy that clicked in, because the patterns in Russia are quite different than what you find in other countries, the patterns of development. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Russia didn't have the same incentive, to integrate itself with Europe the same way, in part because it wanted to have its own separate sphere of influence. So it rejected that. So I do think that there is at the basis of a lot of these choices, there is a kind of geopolitical ambition that lies there. So Silvio, yeah, I mean, it could well be that what we're witnessing now is the end of Russian empire and imperial ambition. Defeat in the war could well change Russia and turn Russia into accepting Russia as it's in itself, as it's currently constituted, its current borders, the Russian nation as being an inclusive nation of peoples within Russia. That's quite a possibility. There is, I'm not trying to say that whatever the future of Russia is determined. Right now, it doesn't look like that's shaping up to be the case, but things happen that surprise us. So what we may be witnessing here now is not sort of the rebirth of Russian imperialism, but the death of Russian imperialism by Russia being burnt by a war that it couldn't control. Now, the problem is that, Ukraine is a harder target for Russia to occupy, and there are other possible targets on the boundaries that, where people could muck around. However, there is a significant social base for this type of politics within Russia. It's certainly not all Russians, and by no means even possibly a majority of Russians, but it's a significant enough social base. That's what the survey data would tell us. Survey data, by the way, if the exact same question were asked in the context of Russia, the survey data would be even more, would show even more sort of pride in empire and desire for imperial ambitions.
A question that is connected with this and that I would also ask is, what about the other imperialism, the United States?
Yeah. Well, I didn't try to...
And did I ask the questions and what was the answer?
Just a very quick point. If we integrate the geopolitical perspective with the political economy perspective, the story is a bit more complex because there was no transition in Russia to a liberal democracy, but there was a transition to a capitalist economy. And if we take your interpretation of Russia politics being interpreted as a return, the permanence of the empire logic and the emphasis on counter-revolutionary strategies as in the former Soviet space, how do you explain the fact that the Russian economy was basically degraded, losing capabilities in major industrial fields and basically allowing free flows of capital abroad? Basically, some estimates tell us that half of the wealth of Russia has been moved abroad. So this is not something which is consistent with the idea of concentrating economic power within an empire logic, in my view.
You're talking about the 1990s and 2000s, prior to post-Soviet. Yeah, I don't think that necessarily undermines the argument. They may be trying to, we're much more interested in geopolitical stature than they were in economic development. The fact that they had oil meant that they could have sufficient enough capital in order to fuel those ambitions, oil and gas. So yes, they're, economically, Russia has been able to survive, and not only survive, if you go to Moscow today, really, people are not suffering so much. It has been able to cushion a lot of the impact of sanctions. So we thought that sanctions would somehow alter Russian behavior, but, they haven't. And I think the sanctions have been much more important for assuaging Western consciences about doing something than they have been about changing the behavior of Moscow. I don't think that they're going to do that. And Russia has ample opportunity to evade them, but So the other empire, the United States, I haven't denied that. You know, it's not like there's one empire in the world. And it's not like we should, you know, I was a strong opponent of American mucking around in the world. I am. But I can't be that and also not oppose others.
No, I think it was not a political
Yeah.
question. It was, in my case also, I was curious about the date, because also this type of making Russia great again are paralleled by making America great again. So by that type
Yes.
of wave of nationalism, often combined also with
Yeah.
the
Well, it's true,
right-wing
and there are a lot of countries that want to be made, want themselves to be made great again, right? And Putinism fits very well into that pattern. And certainly, you know, if we were to go back only a few years in American history, no one knew where the United States was developing. Was it going to be developing into, you know, a fascism? So I'm not trying, I mean, I hope I didn't come across as talking about determined paths, because that's not really what I was talking about, but constrained paths. That's what I'm thinking of. That is that revolutions have mattered, for instance, in the region. Revolutions matter around the world, but what happens after them is often constrained by what, you know, the things that countries inherit and the politics that they inherit. So, so it's not an either or, right? They don't. It's more about how it is they're constrained and what kinds of trajectories do these countries develop, you know, in the wake as a result of the politics that follows. Now, in the case of Russia, the rise of that imperial ambition already in, you know, the 1990s, the desire to control the post-Soviet states. It already emerged by the mid-1990s. And, you know, Russia engaged at that time in a number of things, but it was constrained. It was constrained by the fact that the Russian state had collapsed essentially internally, that it had engaged in market reform that, you know, had undermined it, that it was fighting a war in Chechnya that it couldn't control. So it was only, you know, later on, part of it, of course, has to do with who came to power, but the fact that you know, the old security elite of the Soviet Union was empowered in that situation, you know, that's when it began to truly act upon those. And it saw, you know, choices of Eastern Europe, of joining EU and NATO as, it's not that they, you know, really thought that NATO was going to attack Russia, and Russia doesn't really believe that today. It's more about what sphere of influence does Russia control. So yeah, it's not about threat of invasion, it's about geopolitical control and the benefits that come from geopolitical control.
Thank you very much. I would like to close these sessions with an open questions also, which connects with the next one. So connect the keynote with the next sessions. And I found interesting also your reflections on types of leadership and the ways in which the strong man in Russia has been defined in terms of authoritarian leaders. And it seems that while sometimes these typologies apply to different people, in this case they have applied to the same persons in different periods, sometimes even in the same period. So from the tin pot which appointed kleptocracy leader to the sort of neoliberal efficacy of put in to the things which is to be explained, which is the passage, the shift from a pragmatic type of authoritarian leaders to what Oleg called political. And Volodymyr as well as address on the issues of why they change. So I don't think it is a question that we will be able to answer in full, but I think it is important to keep it focused also for the roundtable. Thank you very much again.
Yeah. This conference on in the shadow of collapse, we have a lot of very interesting and important debates to develop, and this integration of different perspectives, as we already discussed, is a very important element in our workshop here. This session is titled "Civil Society and Social Movements in the Post-Soviet Space," and brings together important scholars who have been doing very important research on the dynamics of civil society activism, on the experience of social movements, on the challenges of democratization on the one hand, and on the risk of nationalism and ethnic mobilization and extreme right developments on the other hand. Exploring how these social dynamics interacts with political institutions, political agendas, policy making, governments, and so on. We organized this afternoon in two sets with the first three speakers and then a discussion, and then the next session with the last two speakers. We have important discussions as well, and this part of the debate will also be picked up in the roundtable that will end the workshop tomorrow afternoon. The first speaker is Donatella Della Porta, professor of political science here at Scuola Normale, but most importantly, the founder of the faculty of Florence. And so we are grateful for her for deep reasons for creating the space where this debate and research can develop with these interdisciplinary perspectives that we have been developing here. Donatella's work is one of the major scholars on social movements, but has worked in particular also, among other things, on the dynamics of revolutions and the outcomes and sometimes failure of social and political change as a result of revolution. Her talk focuses on where did the revolution go, some notes on the failure of electoral democratization. Donatella.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues who will present today, and to those who will present tomorrow, and to the public who came to listen to this presentation. In this 20 minutes time, what I want to do is addressing especially the last of the questions that Mark mentioned in his list of 4 questions, and it is related with possibilities and challenges of revolutions. And in particular, I put the failure in the title because I'm not an area specialist, but I have worked on books and research projects in which this area, space, was addressed, especially looking at some waves of uprisings, if not revolutions, which failed. So, and this is not uncommon. And what I want, therefore, to do in this short presentation is to see which were some of the common conditions of this failure. So where do the failing outcomes of some of what I call the episodes of democratizations are to be found in also when looking within contentious politics itself. So I've often been hyper-optimistic in the analysis of contentious politics and the role of social movements. When addressing social movements in this context, the reflections on failures is particularly important also to note how specific waves of contentions have been connected with specific characteristics of contentions itself, and how these had shortcomings that facilitated a backlash or the lack of resilience. And I don't know why the cover was inverted, but I will refer to some work which I've done. One Mark cited, Where Did the Revolution Go?, in which I think we can locate some of the discussions we had today in terms of failed episodes of democratizations, which happen in several former Soviet Union countries, not only in those influenced under Soviet Union influence, but also in the territories. And my argument in this book is that democratization processes are often triggered from below through mass protest for a mixture of rights. And this, I think, is relevant because often these type of episodes are labeled under one or the other dominant claims, but often present several of these claims for civic, political, and social rights together. And the argument of the book is also that the degree of participation from below affects the qualities of democracy. And I want to add to this today that the type of participation from below can also affect the degree of resilience or success in the transition of the regimes. In fact, this book was a sort of spin-off from the research about successful democratization processes, and it was an attempt to explain where not only the results were thin or not resilient, but there was a strong backlash. So not only what you call the imperfect revolutions, but really those that produce backlash. And of course, all these are a sort of Weberian ideal type under which some characteristics of the space we analyze can be addressed. And here, the claims was that when protest for democratization fails, they may trigger violence by different actors with radicalization processes that may end up in some civil wars dynamics. So now I'm not interested in assigning labels to specific type of processes, but to see to which extent this type of concepts can be helpful also in understand some elements of what is going on. And these are reflections that I made on two waves of democratizations in which also our space was involved in the 1989 process, especially in Central Eastern Europe, and also up to the color revolutions, of which the first Maidan in Ukraine was part. But then also I address these geographical areas without being an expert in another research that looked instead at anti-austerity protest, and in particular this book on the global diffusions of protest was called Riding the Wave, and was reflecting on what happens when countries arrive late during a wave of diffusions of protests, which is also something that Mark and Valerie Bunce and others have addressed when thinking about color revolutions. And I mentioned these 3 books because I think they helped me at least trying to understand some elements, some events, eventful protests that were relevant in reflecting on what happened in these areas, and what I would also characterize as episodes of failed or incomplete type of democratization processes. Because I think that in order also to use our categories in trying to understand a specific regions, it is also important to locate it within broader wave. Mark has talked about tides, and tides are relevant in defining how protests developed inside the countries, but also in the interactions between different countries. So what I want to do is to locate Maidan, the 2 Maidans moment, within these 2 tides or waves of protest, which happen with similar timings in the early years 2000s and in the mid of the years 2010s. Because I think the Orange Revolutions talked to this wave of democratizations in Central Eastern Europe. But the Euromaidan was also belonging to a certain extent, inspired even in the forms of actions by another wave of protest in which in Turkey it was Gezi, in Brazil it was the wave of protest that had some characteristic in common that to a certain extent also Mark addresses in his book, talking about civic type of revolutions, of uprising in which issues of corruptions and regime authoritarianism were quite central, but to a certain extent also related with the other types of claims. So Maidan 2004 is part of what has been called the Orange Revolution. So part of a wave of color revolutions, mainly in former Soviet unions, after the collapse of Soviet Union, so quite different from the 1989 wave of democratizations, that were characterized by a specific type of repertoires of actions, which was organizing protest campaigns against electoral frauds. And in the case of the Orange Revolutions as part of the color revolutions, these type of characteristics were well present. So collective forms of actions related also with the coalitions of civil society and oppositional parties. In the Ukrainian case was Pora, calling against the corruptions of a regime, and something that has been also stressed in reflections on color revolutions in general is the support from the West, implying material support, but also the spreading of some specific concepts, like democracy, for instance, was the label under which different type of claims were located. Orange, you can see, is also the colors that comes when up to the front when we look at pictures of the Orange revolutions. And I would like to locate strengths and weaknesses, so these opportunities and challenges that Mark had mentioned of the first Maidan, so of the Orange revolutions, within broader reflections that have been made in different times about the broader category of democratizations episodes that was present in this specific period. So strength, they exploited moment of attentions against electoral fraud, so exploited moment of attentions within the country, and they were hybrid type of regimes that allowed for this type of elections, but also attentions at the international level. In this sense, they were able to create sort of windows of opportunities for mobilizations that in which different type of claims converged, and developed coalitions for fair elections. So the claim of, against electoral fraud was important in creating a coalition. This was the strength, but there were also some weaknesses that can explain why, as Mark showed before, this type of democratization processes were troubled. And in several cases were reversed. In all the cases of the color revolutions, including Serbia, the first ones. And this was related with something that also the work by Oleg and Volodymyr have addressed, that is the difficulties of keeping momentum of forms of contentious processes which are often promoted on the basis of this sudden opening of political opportunities. They are also for these minimalistic claims unable to produce transformations in the political structures, and so the alliances tend to be immediately say, cleaved by internal divisions. So the effect of the Orange revolutions was in some way similar to the effects of other colored revolutions. So immediate impressions of success with the winning of oppositional leaders, of new elections or further elections, but with limited democratic reforms, frustrations for the very low paces and the limited breadth of transformations, split in the coalitions for democracy, which often was a sort of empty signifier, which was not clearly defined or defined in the minimalistic way of the electoral democracies. So they often open the way to backlash also in the immediate sense of previously opposed leaders that returned in power. So locating the Orange revolutions within the color revolutions, we can find these similarities, which can also explain strength, but also the weaknesses in becoming resilient. Other research on Euromaidan, and in the book it was, the chapter is written by Daniel Ritter, is a different type of contentious politics. It is what sociologists like Bennett and Segeberg have called more connective than collective, that is less rooted in existing civil society organizations, much more disorganized, called online, called on Facebook, with a convergence for a protest that initially was peaceful in Maidan in Kiev, to protest against the specific decisions by the president to withdraw his commitment to sign an association agreement with the EU. If you look at the pictures of Euromaidan 2, the colors turn from orange into the blue and yellow, implying also some characteristics that I think also in this case were not just of these episodes, but more broadly characterizing other episodes in which the national flag occupied the space which was left empty by the lack of other flags and other type of claims. In fact, also learning from the work that has been done on Euromaidan almost immediately after the events on the basis of different triangulations of different sources, what emerged was self-organizations, in contrast with the role of Pora and of the oppositional leaders in the previous wave, by very heterogeneous groups of activists, and in this case is an heterogeneity that addresses not only social background, but also the ideological type of alignment, which is was more difficult to combine. Mobilizing also in part for the reasons of the hiding of other more divisive elements on nationalist frames, with high level of repressions that were not there in the first Maidan, and the emergence of militias, state violence and counter-violence. With the actors in Euromaidan characterized by heterogeneity, black class, generations, gender, ethnic and religious background, but also these ideological differences that were more difficult to keep together, with limited presence of pre-existing organizations and the strong presence on the one end of nationalist claims that were in part accompanied with claims for democracy, but then tended to go in different directions. My claim is that also in this sense, some of the opportunities and challenges of the advantages, but also risk, are to a certain extent shared by what have been called camps movement, especially in this later stage of development. So the movement of the squares, movement of the camps, were also starting in 2011 with the Arab Spring, with Egypt, with Tunisia. Then they were successful, they were successful also later on in countries like Greece or Spain. But I think they also have some specific opportunities, but also some long-term challenges. So they develop a momentum through the use of social media. They develop form of prefigurations also through the very characteristic of the repertoire of actions of the occupations. And they are able to create broad coalitions. But they also have challenges that in some cases have produced lack of resilience of results in terms of democratizations. And these, I think, were also specifically characterizing the case of Euromaidan. So difficulties in creating structural power, limited external effectiveness, and weak organizational type of structures. So I think that's when trying to explain the lack of resilience, the difficulties or the failing in producing democratizations, this type of characteristics of contentious politics have to be taken into account, not as the only explanations, but within a sort of relational approach that Mark also mentioning. In fact, the effect of Euromaidan on civic society were the development of trust in organizational structures, but less in development of democratic type of civil society, especially not the development of a state that was able to manage services, but also to manage internal security and to manage order and to control type of violence. And this type of weaknesses are, I think, also to be seen in terms of effect of Euromaidans on politics and institutions, with only partial democratic reforms, so that we still have the country characterized as only partially free, but also continuing influence of oligarchs and other type of powers. I was giving the warning note. Let me just go to the conclusions. I don't want to shift from my optimism about the role of civil society organizations in democratization processes into a pessimistic view. But I think what is needed is more comparative perspectives, also on under which constraining conditions these type of mobilizations can be successful or can fail. And this is another book in which I tried a bit to undergo this type of path of comparing positive and negative cases and to see to which extent you could try to theorize on phenomena which are in fact characterized by open-ended characteristics, by the type of also understructured processes, conjunctural development, and the presence of agencies. So I think that in this troubled democratizations processes, there have been challenges. In some cases, they went in the directions of depolitizations and polarizations in terms of the resources which characterize the civil societies, manipulations and repressions in terms of political opportunities, and between isolations and the type of developments that was different in different type of cases. So in conclusions, I think what is important is in this comparative perspective to look at relations in terms of interactions of multiple actors in complex field, to look at the processual timing, which has been cited today in terms of disentangling sequences at local, national, and transnational level, but also in seeing how actors tend to perceive this type of trouble moment. So to see also, finishing up with another citations of Marx's work, thinking also how in troubled times the type of outcomes can be very going in the directions of very deep changes, but if these deep changes will end up into furthering democratizations or into even increasing violence is an open question that I think requires comparative research to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Donatella, for giving us a picture of the complexity and grounded in empirical research of these dynamics which involve social mobilization and activism with sometimes contrasting social projects struggling in the phases of critical junctures. We now move with a deeper investigation of the Ukrainian case with Volodymyr Ryshenko. Do you have yeah, you can. Volodymyr is at the Free University in Berlin and has been teaching formally in Ukrainian universities. His title is Resolving or Reproducing the Post-Soviet Hegemony Crisis, the Case of Euromaidan Revolution in Ukraine. He has been writing several articles also on the war, and he has been an in-depth observer of the current transformation in Ukrainian politics and society. And we are glad to have you here.
Thank you so much. Now, before we start with the slides, I need to tell that what I'm going to talk about is very much a work in progress, and also it's a work in progress together with Oleg. So our presentations actually work together, and some of the arguments that I'll just briefly mention would be developed fuller by Oleg. So I really hope that I could skip the first slides because Mark could tell about those, but I need to cover them myself. So there was a big debate about whether we actually had an end of revolution in the 1990s and 2000s, but what Mark actually demonstrated in his last year book, that if we have an end of a revolution, it might be an end of a social revolution, of a revolution that, like a rapid fundamental transformation of class and state structures, that as Coach Paul famously defined it. But we actually have a rise of other type of revolutions in the recent years, and the post-Soviet revolutions in Ukraine specifically are just one small element of that. And it's actually, these revolutions still do not have a consensual name. Many different scholars define it in different ways: color, unarmed, negotiated, civic. We have actually our own proposal for this definition, but quite many scholars, they do agree that they actually share two very important characteristics. So these contemporary revolutions may be called self-limited. They do lack radical utopian ideologies. They do not challenge the social order the way that, let's say, the Russian or Chinese revolution did. And also, they are largely unarmed mobilizations of diverse civic coalitions. And these two elements actually causally connected, because if you do not challenge the social order, if you do not challenge the ruling class, perhaps you do not need to overcome the strong, violent resistance of the counter-revolution. That's why you may still be okay with nonviolence. Some other scholars also even claim that maybe there is actually some different type of revolution emerging, like let's call it Arendtian, following Hannah Arendt, although there is actually a discussion whether it does justice to what Hannah Arendt famously wrote in the book on revolution. Let's say, supposedly this new revolution, they address the crisis of political representation that we are living nowadays. And they are also one of the important mechanisms of democratization, of bringing more representative governments, fundamentally, together with other mechanisms, let's say elections or non-revolutionary protest campaigns. So in certain regimes, we need a kind of like a different kind of revolution. Then a slide again, very much drawing on Mark's book, in which he actually was a little bit more skeptical about the outcomes of the contemporary revolutions, where they tend not to build stable political orders, and they do not consolidate liberal democratic institutions. And instead, they are actually combined with decrease of the state capacity, failing to curb crime rates, undermine prospects of economic growth. They also increase income inequality, although the impact on the social inequality is more contradictory. They also may exacerbate ethnic tensions. And the most palpable achievement of the urban civic revolutions, as Mark called them, is the abrupt and substantial increase in expressive political liberties. The question is then, who is better predisposed to benefit from this abrupt opening of political space for collective action? Which specific groups, which specific classes? And maybe it does have a very important outcome for how these revolutions develop and why they remain deficient revolutions. So basically the puzzle that we are now working on is, why do these contemporary revolutions not work as expected? At least quite many people in the world, they did expect that they are supposed to bring democracy. They typically don't. So there is an argument that we just simply need to wait, but this is fundamentally a teleological argument. There is also an argument, for example, that could be derived from famous political scientist Erika Chinoway, that basically these revolutions, they may deviate from the civic blueprint, and for example, they break nonviolent discipline, and so
they do not work as expected because they do not look like as expected. To some extent, that reminds an argument that, like in the context of social revolutions, was made a lot by in the left camp, that all these ugly Stalinist degradations, particularly because the Revolutionary Party betrayed the working class. This is a normativist argument. There is also a structural argument, particularly by Mark, who showed that how fundamentally the contemporary revolutions in the urban space are different from the countryside revolutions, where they did have a very long time to develop organizations, to propagate the ideologies among the masses. The revolutionary coalitions were also more tight, more unified. And the contemporary urban revolutions are very quick. They develop in the matter of days, not years, not decades. They do not have time, actually, to develop ideologies, to propagate them among the masses, to build the revolutionary organizations. The coalitions, that is very diverse masses of people that come to the central squares of the cities, are very fragile, obviously, and then when they quickly collapse, and then in the result, they cannot actually change so much in the political regimes, and not speaking about the social orders. The question is that why exactly in the current historical conjuncture we actually do not have those type of revolutionary organizations, revolutionary ideologies, those type of connections between the revolutionaries and the masses that we actually did before, because it's we are thinking about the revolution as an event, but it was not an event for the revolutionaries of the 19th century. It was for them a long-term strategy. They were strategically built an organization to be capable to use the revolutionary movement for that. And then even after taking power, that was also a very long-term perspective, how to transform society, how to build communism in the Soviet Union, for example. So that's a much longer perspective. And the question is, why exactly we do not have it now? And here comes our argument about crisis of hegemony and counter-hegemony, which brings some relational and class arguments, because obviously it's not enough to say that this is like a period of end of ideology, following Fukuyama. We do have ideologues. The question is about these relations between the ideologues, who wannabe revolutionaries, and the social groups, classes they are supposed to represent and to transform the social order in their interests. So it's obviously a little bit embarrassing to pretend that I can tell you anything new about Gramsci, but as long as this concept of hegemony is so much used, abused, inflated, and understood by everyone in very different ways, what is important in our analysis is this progression in the specifically political development of social classes, in the degree of homogeneity. In some translations of Gramsci, they also mention organization and self-consciousness, development from the so-called economic corporate stage, where the miners are thinking only about the miners' interests, the peasants only about the peasants' interests, the carpenters about their own interests, and it also works also on the level of the ruling class, where the political development is actually very low, to the class consciousness and organization. And then the third stage is actually hegemony, the political, moral, intellectual leadership over other classes, the highest political development of the ruling class, where he can actually make a claim supported by material basis and also supported by the at least partial fulfillment of the subaltern classes' interest, that they do really represent not just their own interest, but the interest of much broader masses, so in extremis, the national interests. And this is obviously the fundamental question for the democracy, which is supposed to work in the common interests. And of course, there's all these contentious claims whether it actually works. So in some periods, it may work, in some periods it may not, and hegemony crisis is exactly the opposite development, when the political organization consciousness becomes disorganized, fragmented. the detachment between supposed political representatives and the social groups that they claim to represent is growing. And they're not seen anymore as the democratic leaders, but they're seen as, let's say, casta, who rules exclusively in their own interests. Some oligarchs, bringing back to post-Soviet context, they do not think about democracy. They do not believe in any of these vague words. They think only about themselves. And this is fundamentally the symptoms of the hegemony crisis. The root cause of that, it does have the material basis, and this is obviously the crisis of the growth model that provided for the post-Second World War economic growth, which now doesn't work, and then it was moved to neoliberalism, and there is obviously discussion about neoliberal hegemony, but actually neoliberalism is rather the crisis of hegemony. And there is also a very important argument by American sociologist Dylan Riley, who noted that maybe counter-hegemony and hegemony, they actually work together. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not like that when you have a strong hegemony, you're supposed to have a weak counter-hegemony, or the other way around. Actually, the resources that hegemony provides cascades back to the counter-hegemonic projects of the subaltern classes. And so far as we have the crisis of hegemony, we actually have a crisis of counter-hegemony when we have, for example, only the populist movements, even when they are capable to come to power, they are not capable to transform to meet those expectations. Syriza in Greece would be one example, but basically we feel this crisis of populism and of this deficient type of politics in many cases, in many forms. What's called, for example, as an identity politics is also a manifestation of this counter-hegemony crisis. And so Maidan revolutions, as we would like to call them, trying to build a generic concept, and actually in the post-Soviet space it's used as a generic concept, not simply about Ukrainian revolutions, but about Belarusian protests or in Russian case. And there is something of, there is some meaning about that, those amorphous masses, very loosely organized, that come to the central squares and try to implement some kind of like direct democracy, but that ultimately fail in democracy. And so large-scale popular mobilizations that do combine revolutionary aspirations, rhetoric, and repertoire of collective actions, but with only vaguely articulated claims, minimalistic claims, but claim down with Yanukovych or down with the incumbent president is perhaps the only well-articulated claim, but others are not. They're just presupposed. Loose structures of mobilization, weak and dispersed leadership. So fundamentally, these are revolutions under weak counter-hegemony. And they do generate a resource of revolutionary legitimacy, but for which different political agents, depending on their resources, depending on their privileges, depending on their class nature, they may compete, they may hijack, but at the same time, they amplify class, political, and ideological asymmetries within the civil societies. So in this way, Maidan revolutions, they do respond to the crisis of hegemony, but they, in this way, they also reproduce it and even intensify it so even more. And this is why we do have this escalation of revolutions, acceleration of revolutions in Ukraine, 3 revolutions, in Kyrgyzstan, 3 revolutions, but also in other parts of the former Soviet Union. So 3 important contexts are important to explain what was going on in Ukraine. Post-Soviet, Mark actually made a great point, why we still call it post-Soviet, and this incapacity to define what followed next, the Soviet, is actually a symptom of the hegemony crisis. We do not know, and there is no agreement where it moves on. So nothing new cannot be born. The root cause of that is the severe lack of legitimacy of the post-Soviet ruling class, or what we would like to call political capitalists. This is a Weberian term, but applied also to the post-Soviet and post-communist space by Ivan Seleny or Branko Milanovic. And the type of elite that fundamentally depends on the selective benefits from the state, which is their major competitive advantage in competition with other fractions of the capitalist class who, for example, rely more on the technological innovation or exploitation of extremely cheap labor, like in the third world. And obviously, we know that Elon Musk is not simply a visionary and a great entrepreneur. He used a lot of support of the state. But the post-Soviet ruling class is much more dependent on specific people in power, on specific parties in power, on specific people in political offices, on specific loopholes, specific political regimes, much more than other types of capitalists. And this, at the same time, they continuously fail to present their own interests as something broader. So until now, the surveys, and not simply in post-Soviet countries, even like in Eastern Europe, they do show that the majority of the people, they actually do not see the large private property as anything legitimate. They still think that those who are very rich got that affluence in an illegitimate way. They stole the state, as a famous book by Solnik in the 1990s was called "Stealing the State." That's how they were making that fortune, and this is still felt. This is a symptom of hegemony crisis. So there are also how political capitals create the, yeah, that's 3 minutes, it's okay. Three important conflict lines. The very poorly institutionalized conflict between the fractions of political capitalists, because of this, the institutions of private property are weak. And in case of even small changes of power, some of the political capitalists may lose a lot. They also in a conflictual relations with transnational capital, because on the one hand, they need to save their assets abroad, but on the other hand, they also fundamentally interested in sovereignty. And this is the point of conflicts about so-called corruption. And they also, because they need to move their capital abroad and it's risky to invest domestically, they do not produce their own loyal middle class. And so the professional middle class is fundamentally interested in the Western integration. That's where they see the opportunities for the career developments, raising political influence and others. Another context, bringing the question about symmetries. There is a very interesting debate about whether Ukrainian civil society was and is weak or strong. So some people, they point to the actually very low membership in the civil society organizations and civic organizations. So all the surveys since the 1990s, they show that not more than 20% of the Ukrainian society reported that they were a member of any kind of civic organization. On the other hand, there is another camp that actually points to that civil society is not simply about civic organizations, but it's about, look at the 60–70%, for example, of Ukrainians who volunteer and donate to the Ukrainian armed forces, or who volunteered in Maidan. So a larger space of informal volunteerism, which is very poorly institutionalized. However, there is also a tension about presenting the informal volunteerism as a civil society, because civil society is something more. This is actually this middle layer which mediates the corporate interests and then back to the state. So institutionalization organizations, they do matter, and they are fundamental for the civil society. And what we get actually, that the institutionalized part of the civil society is actually narrow and also class asymmetrical, dominated by the professional middle class, but with very poor representation of labor, particularly. And so civil society, it undermines the political representation relation, both from above and also from below. From below, we have this informal, eventful civil society, masses on the Euromaidan, or like 60–70% who donate to the Ukrainian army, but the economic, corporate, collective consciousness action organizations are still paradoxically weak. There is, like, how much time? Like, yeah, I actually do not have much time. So again, to make another simple point, there is another like big discussion about Ukrainian regionalism, which is actually very much important in relation to the Ukrainian war and the Euromaidan revolution. But the point is that it's never been actually symmetrical cleavage. That cleavage, which on the political level, it did exist. So the politics was polarized around the parties who worked primarily for the West and then for the East. But they were fundamentally class and civically asymmetrical. So the Eastern camp, for example, could not claim the existence of its own civil society, at least in that extent. And also, it did have also an impact on whether they could present any kind of alternative nation building project, inspire this symmetrical mobilization against the Maidan revolutionaries, and rely on the like radical wings and so on. So this was a big asymmetry. So Maidan comes, and then I do have like 3 thick slides for which I really do not have time. But the argument is that when you have this kind of like loosely organized, vaguely articulated, big leadership of revolutions, you fundamentally reproduce the pre-existing asymmetries on the class level, on the political level, on the civic level. And this is a part when you eventually get not to the consolidation of democracy, but into the escalation of the asymmetries, which create the fundamental deficiencies in the way how the post-revolutionary political regimes work. Hopefully, I'll have some more time to develop on these issues. Yeah, in the Q&A. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We go very much into details of the complexity of these dynamics. We turn now to Oleg Zuralev. You can take yours. We are very glad to have Oleg as a postdoc researcher here at the Scuola Normale now, as part of the Scholars at Risk project. He was formerly involved in the sociology laboratory in Russia. He will present his paper on the protests and movements in Russia 2011-2022, democratization and political crisis, and he will be able to integrate our picture on the Russian side now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Donatella, and others for organizing this conference. So, my question is, what role social movements in Russia played in developing of political crisis and the crisis of hegemony about which Volodya just talked. So I also want to trace some undemocratic consequences of contentious dynamics in Russia. So as Volodya mentioned, Dylan Riley, who have been studied Gramsci and hegemony concept a lot empirically, so he used this hegemony theory in the realm of social movements. So he suggests like that, he claims like that when we have hegemonic condition, let's say, interplay between the state and protest movements is like struggle between hegemonic project and counter-hegemonic project. So those in power articulate hegemonic project for the society, and then the protesters articulate counter-hegemonic program for the whole society. So, but what this interplay between the state and movements look like if we have not hegemonic rule, but crisis of hegemony, about which Volodya talked. So the story I will tell you about Russia shows that this interplay looks like a mutual delegitimization of those in power and protesters. So they do not articulate and propose alternative hegemonic projects for future, but they rather, being separate from each other, constitute their own autonomy and delegitimize each other. So I will rely on big empirical research, like several research we conducted with public sociology laboratory, like informal group in Russia. So we have like hundreds of interviews with protesters from 2011 to 2022. We have focus group, ethnography, different kind of research. Hegemony crisis is a condition in which society and the state are like isolated from each other. Okay, so politicians do their job, so they do politics, while society is living private life. Okay, and we often called it like depoliticization. So when people are detached from politics and encircled with private life. But when politicization happens, when people engage in contentious politics, so do they change this condition of mutual isolation of the state and social groups? So the answer for Russia is no, because if we look at the biggest protest which happened in 2011, 2012, the protest against electoral fraud, so-called for fair election movement, when like hundreds of thousands of people unexpectedly came to the streets to protest against the fraud. So what our interviews and ethnography show, that people united around this demand for a fair election understood this demand very abstractly. So on the one hand, it is concrete demand, but on the other hand, protesters in Russia rather like celebrated togetherness itself. They did not want to articulate any particular demands, as Donatello already said about eventful protests. So, and we could see how exactly did they avoid articulation of any counter-hegemonic project, let's say. So, for example, like we ask people, so what are your problem in life in general? So I have small salary, so would you like to include the demand to increase salaries in the protest agenda? So the answer, no, because like it will split our unity. We are very different, but we are together. So for the first time in my life, so no, we don't want to include such demands. Or protest leadership created their own like coordination council of opposition to legitimize their leadership, and there were elections, like fair election to this coordinating council of opposition. So rank-and-file protesters voted for oppositional leaders. And we took interviews with protesters about how did they vote. So, and majority of people told us I vote for one nationalist, for one liberal, and for one socialist, not to split our unity. So instead of articulation particular hegemonic ideological political program for the politics, for the society, they just wanted to preserve this eventual condition of togetherness, and they claim that we are here, we are many, and we are better than those in power. So those in power are bad, corrupted, criminal guys, and the same was in Ukraine when we took interviews with Ukrainian protesters. So Euromaidan, we asked, so would you like to after the revolution win, would you like to come to the state, to the government, to improve? And they replied, many of them replied, no, because we don't like the state, the government, the dirty politics. We better do another revolution if those in power will behave badly. So, and then again, and then again. So, let's see. And this slogan shows this logic of autonomy, of separation of the protest from the state. So, translated from Russia, it means two different meanings. So, вы нас даже не представляете. You cannot represent us, and at the same time, you cannot even imagine us, because представляете means both imagine and represent. So, protesters themselves claimed that they are something unimaginable for the state. So instead of articulating political agenda in opposition or in dialogue with the state, they constituted autonomous space of collective action in separation of the state, pretending that we are here and we are better than them. So depoliticization meant mutual isolation of the society and the state, but politicization was in a very similar logic. Again, crisis of hegemony, is this term can explain this. So if you don't have hegemony, you are not articulating counter-hegemony project, because counter-hegemony can be done only in response to hegemonic project of the ruling class. Okay, what happened then? This big protest was repressed, and it faced some internal crisis, and people retreated to their local areas because they wanted to continue collective action, and created dozens of local activist groups. And what they did small deeds, as in Russia always local activists did. But before this big protest, local activists did small deeds, they tried to preserve public parks from cutting, or to preserve historical buildings from demolishing. But they, before this big protest, local activists pretended that they do this not touching upon politics. Now, these new politicized local activists did the same things, but against Putin. So, just an example, my ethnographical observation. So I'm following the leader of the local activist group, who is taking picture of some damages in the territory. So, and he explains another activist you should make this photo to show them to dwellers and to explain that Putin and United Russia, his party is responsible for these damages. So because they are like local authorities here, so they are guilty. And we had a joke this in Russian, cat abandoned little kitty, who is guilty, Putin is guilty. Кошка бросила котят, это Путин виноват. So this new local activism turned out to be laboratory for delegitimization of Putin's regime, but at a local level. And like we had many and like more and more such movements, municipal deputy movements, local movements, Alexei Navalny movements, which again did not articulate hegemonic counter project, but reproduced this delegitimation strategy towards the Putin's regime. So, if we look at dynamics of contention which took place in 19th and early 20th century, so what we see? First, crisis of legitimacy, so people do not trust the government anymore. Then, they organized civil society institutions to talk about their problems, so why don't they trust, so what to do. So in this civil society, they invent somehow counter-project. Then they do revolution. In Ukrainian as well as in the Russian case, we see the opposite dynamic. So first people come to the streets without clear understanding for what reason, but okay, they came. Then we have post-protest civil society, which criticized those in power, reproduce these critics, enlarge these critics, and then we have this crisis of hegemony, crisis of legitimacy, which reproduces itself. So, what Putin did, looking at these dynamics, after he annexed Crimea in 2014 and after Euromaidan happened in Ukraine, Putin's response was politicization of its own state and its audiences. But it was, again, politicization without mobilization. Putin feared to mobilize even his own support because like his rule is not hegemonic in a strict sense. So he did not rely on popular support, popular active mobilization, popular enthusiasm, popular attachment. And the tricky thing is that in response to the politicization of society and failing politicize actively his own support, Putin's circle politicized itself and became more politicized, more ideological, more radical, more militarized. Because like before, when the society is quiet, you can govern through like managerial kind of domination. So you just do kind of managerial politics. But when within Russia and outside Russia, some social groups to protest, like to keep the power, to keep monopoly of power, you politicize yourself. Not your own audience, because you fear that it will, like, it can lead to another kind of protest. So you politicize yourself. So as a reaction to politicization of society, Putin's regime politicized itself. So, and we have this logic again of separation of the society and the state from each other, but now in not depoliticized condition, but politicized condition. So, first, the movements politicize in a manner of autonomous world. In response, Putin's regime politicized itself. And we have like this mutual politicization, but without dialogue, without struggle over hegemonic projects and counter-hegemonic projects. But like two mutually isolated, mutually separated worlds against each other. So, and my argument is that, like, the war in Ukraine has many reasons, but we can see how Putin's regime, which seemed more or less managerial before 2014, how this regime became so politicized, so isolated, so radicalized to be able to launch the war. It is because under the condition of hegemony crisis, this politicization and counter-politicization reproduce this very logic of mutual separation of the state and the society. And like Putin is obsessed with the term of sovereignty. So simplistically speaking, like this is sovereignty of Putin himself, like from the society and from the other states, which constituted in response to politicization of society. And we see that, yeah, and like I referred like to this, you cannot even imagine us, and there is like interesting phrase pronounced by former advisor to Putin, Gleb Pavlovsky, when a journalist asked former Putin advisor about like how Putin see the protests, he replies like, imagine you are sitting in a chair and like chair like bites your ass. So what can you think like that? It is impossible. So it illustrates also this mutual isolation of the state and the society. And the final thing, we collected like almost 300 in-depth interviews with ordinary Russians. Most of them are supporters of the war. I think more reliable source, even not representative, than what Mark was relying upon. So, and we still see this picture of hegemony crisis because like the most widespread kind of support among Russians to the war, was not like enthusiastic support. People answered like, okay, I support so-called special military operation because, you know, I don't know much about politics. And to be honest, I don't like these guys in Kremlin, but I hope that maybe they have some special knowledge I lack to launch the war, because like people usually don't start wars without reasons. So I believe they are more competent than me to have some reasons to start the war. So we see that the most widespread support of the war is again like passive, based on this disintegration between the state and the society. So it is based not on the fact that people share with the elite some common beliefs or interests or vision of Ukraine, but quite the opposite. So they are not as us, so that is why they maybe have special knowledge for starting the war. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oleg, for this very difficult and detailed exploration of what is happening within Russian society, which enlightens many contradictory streams. Clearly, the question about within this distance in between social dynamics and political institutions, political debates, the question is what happens in the war context to the potential opponents. And of course, migration was the response by some groups, and silence and passive position was the support of another. But clearly the future of Russia will be defined by exactly the dialectic that you have been identified. I invite now Andrei Maliuk to be the discussant of this session. We are very glad having Andrei with us. He is the other scholar at risk from Ukraine, working at the Scuola Normale this year. And we are glad that with Oleg and Andrei, this conversation will be going on a permanent basis with a variety of events, and of course our students from different backgrounds and topics of research will contribute. So we are glad that Florence is an interesting place with a continuing discussion of these topics. Andrei, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Putin, of course, is a universal evil, but thank you very much for sharing your provocative ideas. The conference like this help us to clarify some basic concepts, their meanings and senses. It is no secret that there are many concepts in the social science, such as, for example, modern, modernization, postmodern, globalization, that are good because no one knows what they mean exactly. Usually we call such concepts essentially contested concepts. And democracy and democratization, as you know, among them. In the last 30 years, we have heard about the third wave of democratization, democracy promotion, global democratic revolution. We have seen triumphant march of democratic regime change. I would like to clarify, at least for myself, what kind of democracy we are talking about. Democracy promotion and revolution. As you know, after the Second World War, the concept democracy was associated with its liberal understanding. It equated democracy with individual rights and freedoms, and free possession of private property was one of the most important. The ideas of social equality were excluded from the concept of democracy, which limited it to an exclusively political and legal sphere, in contrast to those who spoke of social democracy. As Samuel Huntington expressed this, in all democracies, private property remains the main norm both in theory and in practice. The definition of democracy in terms of its goal, such as economic well-being, social justice, and universal socio-economic equality, is not very useful. This formal notion of democracy was also an elitist one. It sought to devalue the idea of people's participation in the government of society as an essential feature of democratic form of government. As the American political scientist Gabriel Almond commented on the expediency of this, if the interest, knowledge, and constant participation of the masses were our criterion of democracy, we would have to reject all historically existing democracy as something non-democratic. Building on the ideas of Schumpeter, there was developed a definition of democracy as a process of politically correct competition for direct control over the power between groups within the ruling elite, in which the rest of society acts as a passive observer. And as Nils Gilman, researcher of the theory of modernization, notes, keeping people from getting too involved in politics remained a constant goal of post-war American intellectuals. Such understanding of democracy, which can be called low-intensive democracy, formed the basis for the democracy promotion policy. Main content is imposing weak and dependent civil elected regimes of market democracy headed by elites allied with the United States. This fits well into the neoliberal framework of the strategy for saving capitalism in crisis from 1980s, leaving aside the problems of the socio-economic order. In fact, it was a large-scale project to establish ideological political hegemony in Gramscian sense, based on the consensus acceptance of the values of neoliberalism by incorporating the target groups into a neoliberal world economic order. This project involves the capture of civil society as a crucial step to establish control of the country development trajectory. Color revolution in the post-Soviet space are an integral part of the strategy for democracy promotion. And Gramsci's theory of cultural hegemony, his notions of molecular influence and change, emphasis on importance of organic intellectuals as main agents of cultural and ideological influence, explains how democracy promotion works in case of color revolution. The concept of cultural hegemony allows us to understand how, with the help of informational network and organizational technologies, including numerous international foundations, non-profit and non-governmental organizations, and sponsored media, indoctrination and establishment of cognitive control over a significant part of Ukrainian civil society took place. In other words, the establishment of neoliberal hegemony over civil society, in fact, its capture and transformation into the civil army of the West to intercept the control of the country. The term civilian army can be taken as a metaphor, and Gramsci himself actually uses various military metaphors such as positional war within the civil society, that is, cultural and ideological struggles in various institutions of civil society, and maneuver war. He also talks about military balance of forces. However, theorists of color revolution and civil resistance see them as a forms of warfare, not metaphorically, but literally. It should be noted that the development of information and communication and network technologies, indeed, in general, has made it possible to change views on military strategy and on the role of armed violence. Because if it is possible to change value orientations and the behavior of large social groups of potential enemy, then the need for costly military interventions disappears. Then the main role could be assigned to network-centric wars, in which an important place is taken by strategy of civil resistance, based on network structures created among the population of potential enemy. This is how civil resistance is viewed by Eric Chenoweth, one of the leading authorities on the preparation of color revolutions. In her monograph, Why Civil Resistance Works, we are explicit in conceptualizing civil resistance as a form of unconventional warfare, albeit one that employs different weapons and applies force differently. Clearly correlates with the position of the US military department. US Army doctrinal documents define unconventional warfare in terms of civil resistance as operations and activities conducted to enable resistance movement or insurgency to coerce, disrupt, or overthrow a government or occupying power by operating through or with an underground auxiliary and guerrilla force in the night area. In turn, resistance movement is defined as an organized effort by some portion of the civil population of country to resist legally established government of an occupying power or an occupying power and to disrupt civil order and stability. General Joseph Votel, the former commander-in-chief of US Special Forces and then head of US military command in the Middle East, expressed the essence of unconventional warfare as a fundamentally an indirect application of US power, one that leverages foreign population groups to maintain or advance US interests. In accordance with this, an unconventional war is waged against a hostile nation state, and is an integral part of irregular warfare. Other documents emphasize the strategic nature of conventional warfare. The goal of unconventional war operations is a change in political control and/or perceived legitimacy of regions. Hence, unconventional war has a strategic utility that can alter the balance of power between sovereign states. It is as a for unconventional war in the context of the crisis of current system of accumulation, and based on its system of international relations, we should consider color revolutions at the post-socialist countries around the perimeter of Russia. Russia, as the only semi-peripheral country in the post-Soviet world, can, unlike pure peripheries, maintain the geopolitical autonomy and resist imperialist pressure of the core. This ability of Russia that is completely unbearable for the United States, especially in the context of the crisis of global capitalism and the need for the core capital to strengthen control and exploitation of the periphery. Therefore, the desire of part of ruling stratum of Russia to ensure its independence and autonomy, including through the formation of Eurasian Economic Union, naturally ran into opposition from the transnational capitalist forces. Therefore, because traditional United States strategy is to preclude the emergence of any potential future global competitor and to prevent any power from integrating resources of Eurasia to able to challenge global United States domination. These were origins of project of full post-Soviet states incorporation in Western sphere of influence, to establish so-called market democracies, to stop the Sovietization of region by Russia. And more than this, your strategy demands joining Russia itself to struggle against China's project of Belt and Road. Because Ukraine was most important link in the geostrategic position of Russia, it was chosen as a main tool to put aggressive press on it.
Thank you, Andrei. We can take now a few questions from the floor. Sharp, short, and Marco and Ali.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you for all your presentations. They were very interesting. My questions are for Volodymyr and Oleg's concept of the crisis of hegemony, which I found very interesting. In my understanding, what you're suggesting is that a very thin civil society makes it difficult to articulate on an hegemonic plane the differences between different social groups. And so I was wondering whether you're working on this concept so as to generalize it beyond the post-Soviet space, because color revolutions did not happen only in the post-Soviet space, right? They happen a little bit all over the place. In a certain sense, also movements like Occupy, Jessie Park can be understood as very quick mobilizations with the features you were describing, the difficulty of building long-term organizations. But we have a quite rich civil society in the European space, so it's very articulate, right? So I was wondering to what extent, if I understand correctly, the crisis of hegemony is a crisis of a concept also that is built upon a certain internal articulation of civil society, right? To what extent can you push that concept beyond the former Soviet space?
Ali, can you identify yourself, perhaps?
Ali from the Scuola first year PhD student. Thank you all for the presentation. very informative and very inspiring as well analytically. I have two questions for the presenters and one particularly for Donatella. Well,
Short.
Yeah, it's a question. You explained in detail the characteristics of these waves of revolution, but what I'm still lacking a bit is why did it happen in this form? How can we, like you explained, yes, why it was, sorry, the how, but like why did it come in these forms? Second, and this is for you and Donatella in particular, like how can we understand beyond the post-Soviet, because also uncolored revolutions, maybe violent ones like or semi-violent ones like the Egyptian, they also shared the same characteristics, exactly the same characteristics, same problems of the counter-hegemonic groups, the same protest claims, no, we want to be united, we don't want to split the coalitions, all the things, like as if you were like in Tahrir Square. It didn't go very much away. Thank you.
Lorenzo e Guglielmo poi.
Very quickly, thanks a lot. Very interesting panel. Only one quick question to Volodymyr. Because it's interesting the analysis you've done on the polarization on the national issue and the East versus West, weakening the possibilities of civil society, etc. Now, if we were to project this towards the future, okay, imagining a possible scenario of an independent Ukraine, you know, hopefully, and integrated towards the West and so on and so forth, do you think that the removal or anyway the resolution going into one direction of this kind of cleavage would reopen, okay, a space for civil society initiatives and so on? Or do you think that the grasp of a certain nationalistic understanding of what it means, the Ukrainian identity would, I don't know, give us another Poland?
Thank you, Lorenzo. Guglielmo, yeah. I think the nationalism is something that could receive more attention in our discussion.
Yes, Guglielmo Meardi. I'm also impressed and very inspired by your argument on hegemony, counter-hegemony. Certainly is very useful to understand some phenomena and tendencies, but it is a very abstract argument, and I struggle to see how it can fit very well, especially with the period which Gramsci calls interregnum, where it's difficult even for Gramsci to understand what's going on, let alone for us to understand what's going on. And my question is, if your argument were really a fit for revolutions in general, then it should be generalizable to other places. And think of other revolutions where there was a weak hegemony, but there was a strong counter-hegemony. Portugal, there was a revolution where the regime had extremely low legitimacy, was a form of fascism which was particularly weak ideologically, not even had a party, but there was a counter-hegemonic project. Or even more, maybe, I think, as interesting case is the Iranian Revolution. Extremely weak legitimacy of the Shah regime, but an extremely strong counter-hegemonic project. So I think you're showing something, but I wouldn't generalize your theory too much.
Daniele?
The interesting panels and the presentations, they were very, very interesting. I have a question for Aliak. You mentioned that the Putin's regime was acting under a sort of managerial type of action. And I was wondering what were the contents of this action, of this managerial politics. And then you said that afterwards it reacted to the contestation with a sort of more political politicization and more radicalization. And again, what were the contents of this radicalization? And why do you consider it to be more political in this case? Yes, basically this. Thank you.
We can give the floor to the speakers in the same order. So, Donatella.
I try to be very brief in my answer, also addressing the issues of the role that election plays in some type of path to democratizations, which I also think it is problematic because they tend to equate democratizations with elections ending up in hybrid regimes. That is the majority of the regimes we have now. And what was also observed in comparative research is that it is especially when elections happen immediately after revolutionary moments, they are more at risk of developing into civil war. The Egyptian case is a typical example of implementing a minimalistic view of democracy in context in which there is not yet the development of all those conditions, also in terms of civil rights and social rights, that are foreseen also by scholars of democracy like Robert Dole as fundamental for a development of good elections. So in most of the cases, I think this imposing a view of democratizations as based on electoral doesn't work. It doesn't work in some cases because the elections are not sufficiently democratic, sufficiently free, and so on, but also in general because also social distribution, inequalities, and so on, make the implementations of the broader idea of democracy more difficult. And literature on civil wars has in fact pointed also at the destabilizing role that elections could have under some context and the need instead to develop and think about other components of democracy which are important. I think that our discourse is to a certain extent compatible, but we point at different elements because my argument is more based at the meso level with observations of that apply to some specific path and looking especially at how some transformations from, for instance, collective actions to connective actions play a role in de-emphasizing the organizational structures and also calling for a convergence on a very minimalistic platforms. And this is something that maybe we share in common with the argument going more into the macro level of the counter-hegemonic crisis. On that level, I have two observations. One is comparative, because it is true that we have also other examples of eventful protests that did not work as social revolutions, but I think it is a bit too much for me to make them all converging under the same label, because I think that results can be assessed in different ways. So I am convinced by the de-exceptionalizations of the things that happen, but I would not go as far as decontextualizing them through the more general things. Especially, I think that two questions are open on these issues. One is in comparative terms, so how do we assess different degrees maybe, or also the questions that Guglielmo asked, situations in which hegemonic powers was not very strong and we have more stronger counter-hegemonic power and vice versa, so that is not often so always so aligned. But also the other thing is, if the conditions for those social revolutions, for the counter-hegemonic project, are to a certain extent over because of the transformations in the economy, in the class structures, and so on, because of the transformations at the urban level that Mark studied, then should we give up on the idea that there could be some sort of effective uprising, some sort of also of long-term transformations, or should we start to see also some counter-hegemonic actions that maybe doesn't look like the counter-hegemonic actions of the past, of Scotch pole revolutions, but that maybe have been and could be effective, not in the very short term, because you know that you are not occupying the palace where the power is. It's not longer the case, but in a more longer term perspective, which also means that revolutions become some type of events, or what we call revolutions become some events that require more time to develop into their transformative powers.
I'll try to address. Obviously, all the generalizations have limits, and I do not even claim that our argument supposed to apply to the social revolutions like in Iran and arguably in Portugal, but it does have a general, I believe it does have a generalization capacity to other regions and also to other types of politics, not necessarily revolutionary, but the Occupy was mentioned, for example. Populist movements of various kinds share some of the fundamental characteristics of this weakly counter-hegemonic politics. And so the difference with the Occupy that they did not take power, right? But did they contribute to strengthening hegemony in the United States or elsewhere? It doesn't seem so. We see rather the escalations of this hegemonic crisis, also in the United States, what is happening with Trump, Biden, and so on. So the argument, the question about nationalism is also, yes, super important, because it's very problematic to assume that it is simply kind of like a natural teleological development of Ukrainian nation that was becoming stronger and stronger, and then Putin invaded, and then he failed because Ukrainians were so strong. There is a lot of like political contestation behind it, and what exactly is Ukrainian nation, how to define it, and one specific camp was capable to advance its own project. And they were capable because of the specific class and civic and political asymmetries within the civil societies, for which Euromaidan revolution provided this amplification boost, where they one of the slides, which actually contained some empirics, was about how the participants of the Euromaidan were discussing what exactly they are protesting for. And for many of them, the claims of the groups that they supposedly belong to were extremely vague. This notion of Europe was essentially encompassing everything, but they were very weakly defining what exactly Europe is standing for. And very low level of the social economic identification among the protesters, whether they're students, workers, or anything like that. They didn't think in those terms. The structure of the Euromaidan mobilization with very weak presence of this corporate interest. So as a result, the Euromaidan reproduces and amplifies the structure of the civil society, where the neoliberal and nationalist organizations acquire even more resources, even more opportunities to push forward the agendas which are not necessarily supported neither by the majority of the society, nor even by the majority of the protesters. Specifically speaking about the radical nationalist wing of the movement, but also the neoliberal NGOs agendas about reforms. For many of them actually remained very unpopular even until the moment they were actually passed forward by the parliament, because of the pressure of the civil society and also the pressure from the West. And Euromaidan created some important moment in how it worked. Yeah, so it's you can find many similarities, many parts of the world, and the question is
how we can use this Ukrainian case and other Russian case and other post-Soviet cases to think about more general questions and not just to speak about what happens in our own countries.
Try to be very brief. So about civil society and our argumentation, which can be applied outside the post-Soviet countries. So we're now working, and we have been working on comparative perspective, but just a case, for example, Occupy Wall Street. On the one hand, it was like eventful protest which avoided articulation, concrete demands, anti-representational, etc., etc. But behind this, there were like working groups which worked on like counter-hegemonic program, like reform in healthcare, reform in education. So it was protesters who developed, like behind the scene of this prefigurative politics, they developed some projects. And that is why like some authors like Jody Dean, Marxist philosopher, raised the question that, so Occupy Wall Street, so is it like anti-representational movement, or it behind the scene like has alternative politics like within itself? But then we know like that Tea Party developed as a reaction to Occupy Wall Street, but with the same concerns. And then like Trump instrumentalized this kind of conservative civil society to take power. So some differences and some commonalities. Concerning, answering to Daniela, so in 1998, Russia experienced huge financial crisis, which made like previous kind of big business, like speculative one, impossible anymore. So big business understood they can do another kind of like more civilized business, and ruble was devaluated. So Russia has oil, they could trade oil and make much more rubles to invest and make economy more organized and oriented to investment, not to speculation. So Putin was the guy who was nominated from the side of big business to create the state, the rules for this new kind of accumulation of capital. So he did this as a manager, then he mediated and like solved some conflicts between camps within the big business. But at the same time, like he was a ruler, like Bonapartist figure in terms of Karl Marx. So he was Bonapartist. So he served interest of big business, but he excluded business itself from the politics. And that is why he was like pre-ready to become like more dictatorial because of Bonapartist character of his serving big business interests. And radicalization and politicization meant like that he failed to integrate Russian economy into the world economy. In like circumstances he wanted to, he failed to integrate Russia into NATO because Putin was like obsessed with the idea that Russia have to join NATO. So and of course like this regime change, regime shift was not only the reaction to protest, but after protest happened unexpectedly in Russia and then in Ukraine, so Putin became politicized in a sense like that he and his circle, like his regime understood like that they have to defeat enemies, not just to mediate between business interests to retain power. So internal enemies and external enemies. So that is why like invest to army, more ideology and more propaganda, and another identity of the state. So state and then like he intervened somehow in the war in Donbass. So I should stop here. Okay, I just had a question for Donatella, but I can ask later.
Continue this conversation. Andrew, do you want to make some comments?
If you have in mind, the strengths of nationalism in Ukraine, yes? Oh, the nationalism was heard as ideological foundation of Ukrainian states from its beginning. It was a project, great post-Soviet space, but divide et impera. Of course, ethnic nationalism is a natural base for Ukrainian oligarchy. Maybe paradoxically, but the main sponsors of nationalist battalions are oligarchs from East. They are fully inserted in supply chains, dependent on it. So they are supporting of these forces.
Back for this last interesting part of our discussion, I welcome Samuel Green from King's College London, a political science scholar, who will talk about vernaculars of power and powerlessness in wartime Russia. We still have 20 minutes for our presentation, and then we'll have a further discussion introduced by Maria Chiara. Samuel.
Great. Well, thank you, first of all, very much for the opportunity to be here and the invitation to this couple of days of conversation. I'm learning a lot already and looking forward to learning more. That said, I don't know how much anybody's going to learn from this, because it is very well also conceptual, early stages, trying to think about also some work in progress. So thank you also for your patience and continued endurance. So to set the scene a bit, right? Thinking, I've been, as a lot of us have been, thinking about the war from a political standpoint, from a moral standpoint. I'm a scholar of Russian politics, not a scholar of Ukrainian politics at all, and don't sort of intend to be. So what is at the core of this is not actually, I think, at the core of what we're dealing with in the world, which obviously is the challenges in Ukraine. That said, there are phenomena that I think we need to try to understand in Russia, and one of which, and my focus here is really the ways in which Russian society and civil society to a certain extent, but citizens more broadly, have been dealing with the shocks that this war has or might have been expected to create for them. Two kinds of shocks I think that we can think about, right? There are moral shocks, which have to do with challenges to the interpretation of the world that we're living in, right? So something happens, oh my God, my country is doing something in my name, I don't feel happy about this. Or all of a sudden, things that I thought were sureties in my life, right? That I thought that I was living in a world maybe that was peaceful, or in a world in which I didn't have to worry about being drafted into the military, right? Is no longer a surety that I can rely on, right? We also have material shocks, which have to do with my ability to live my life, right? And that might come down to things having to do with sanctions and loss of prosperity. It also might have to do with getting drafted and having to go and fight and potentially die in this war, as well as a range of other things. And obviously these two things can overlap and can bleed into each other. But we have seen some evidence, at least on the face of it, right, that people, at least some number of people in Russia, are dealing with these shocks, right? So we did see protests, particularly in the early couple of weeks, and about 15,000 arrests in large cities across the country. We've seen smaller protests, mostly individual pickets since then. We've seen a wave of emigration, right, ranging anywhere from 500,000 to 100 to 1.5 million, maybe more, depending on whose estimates you take, right? We've seen what seems to be a growing sense of uncertainty. So while I think Mark was saying earlier that it doesn't seem like the sanctions have had that much of an impact on people's livelihoods overall, although that's worse at certain parts of the socioeconomic food chain than at others. One of the things we do see in the polling, particularly from Levada, is that the level of uncertainty expressed as people's basically ability to predict their future out more than 1 or 2 months down the road, right, is now at its highest level since 2001, since Putin came to power, basically. In the first place, we see a lot of draft dodging, right? We see people buying their way out of military service or emigrating their way out of military service. And we could probably spend time coming up with a list of 10 or 12 other things that look like they're a response to these kinds of shocks. So something I've been interested in for a while is an idea that I've borrowed about from anthropologists about vernacular knowledge, and particularly vernacular knowledge when it comes to power and politics in Russia, right? So in 1993, Piotr Stomka wrote about Homo Sovieticus, actually in the Polish context, but not as a cultural or a biological category, but really, frankly, as a diagnosis, right? He called it, I quote, civilizational incompetence, right, which would need to be overcome were post-Soviet peoples and post-socialist peoples, including Russians, going to be able to enter what he referred to as true modernity, right? So authentic democracy, functioning market economy, open society, and so on, right? Stomka identified 7 cognitive binaries, right? Public versus private, past versus present, fate versus agency, negative versus positive freedom, mythology versus realism, West versus East, and expediency versus truth. And he argued that people who could be diagnosed as Homo Sovieticus would reliably be expected to come down on the wrong side of each of these, right? The result was you would end up with a group of people who were inherently averse to their own political, economic, and social agency, living in the expectation that problems and solutions would emanate from outside of the scope of their own action. 20 years later, Myron Aronoff and Jan Kubik challenged this argument in an ethnographic study of 2 localities, again in Poland, and found that it was hard to detect, and this is a quote from them, it was hard to detect in them cultural scenarios or norms of passivity or, quote, waiting for manna from heaven. Rather, they found that their research subjects were neither necessarily defensive nor incompetent, that they could often plot offensive actions, and that such plotting occurred from, again, to quote, within culturally constructed social worlds that are often local or regional. In order to explain and understand people's actions, their conception of the world, and their life strategy, including economic choices and political sympathies, researchers need to study vernacular knowledge. They need to reconstruct locally developed cultural scenarios that provide at least partial guidelines for people who try to navigate the complex and changing worlds around them, right? So something I've been working on and trying to get my head around since before the war, but particularly in the context of the war, right, is can we use this concept of vernacular knowledge to understand how people respond to political challenges or challenges of power and powerlessness in Russia? This is not an attempt to compare Russians to Poles or to anybody else, but just to understand Russia, right? So again, coming back to this idea of vernacular knowledge, Aronoff and Kubik talk about 5 aspects of it, right? One, it tends to be anchored in common sense, or what people take to be their common sense. It's internal, right, to the individuals and the communities involved. Tends to be defensive rather than offensive. It's about maintaining what you have, rather than necessarily gaining something new. It's localized, and it's slow to change. Right? So in studying politics, I tend to think of vernacular knowledge as sort of the sum of what citizens understand about where power is and is not located, how it can be accessed and wielded, and what should and should not be expected from relationships of domination and of power. Right? So in a context where there might appear to be an ever-widening chasm between sort of the formal categories of expression and behavior that have currency in political science and the reality in which our research subjects are actually living, right? And I think that this war that very few of us were able to predict is one of those situations. Studying vernacular knowledge might give us a useful way into understanding what's going on. Now, out there in the literature, there are, I think, at least three sort of primary models of sort of how Russians have tended to respond to shocks, and each sort of corresponds with a presumed vernacular of power. The one that has kind of the most frequency in the literature is Lev Gudkov's description of what he calls passive adaptation. Right? In this conception, power is not subject to access or resistance. The core value for people is systemic embeddedness, right? Being part of a system so that you know what's coming down the pike, what you're going to have to adapt to, but you solve problems by essentially muddling through whatever it is that life throws at you. Sasha de Vogel recently, in a very good essay in Dissent, which I would highly recommend, has talked about this, expanded on this idea, I think, in terms of what she refers to as learned helplessness. Helplessness, yes. Learned helplessness. Power, again, in this conceptualization, is centralized and distant. Solutions to problems are only available from the same source of power that caused the problems in the first place, right? So it puts a citizen in a position of supplication, right? Essentially appealing to the government in various formalized ways that the Russian government has given you to appeal, right? For some kind of leniency or better, more humane implementation of the laws and the rules. Your own agency as a citizen is broadly absent in this picture. If I can be unhumble, the third model that I would put out there is one that I've promulgated in response to Gudkov, really, because I would argue that Russians are not passive, they're aggressively immobile. Right? I don't see this as simply a semantic difference, right? Passive people are reasonably easily pushed from one or pulled from one position to another, right? They have a stance of sort of implicit trust, if not always happy trust, right? And an acquiescence, whereas aggressively immobile people are difficult to move in any circumstance because their immobility is strategic and it's rational, right? In an environment in which you don't have a lot of well-functioning impersonal social institutions that you can rely on to function, there are few, if any, generalized and replicable pathways to success, security, and prosperity. And so whatever relative comfort, security, and prosperity Russian citizens have come to enjoy in the past 30, 40 years is likely to be perceived as the result of a singular, unique set of circumstances owing more or less exclusively to that citizen's ability to cope with her uncertain environment. And gender is not accidental. Women in Russia have historically done this much better than men. The vernacular understanding of power that emerges in this context, and I think privileges two things. One, again, is locality, but I don't just mean that in the naive geographical sense, although if you look at the work by Jeremy Morris and some others who've done some very good ethnography really over the entirety of the post-Soviet period, geographical locality does matter a lot to people's ability to get by, but also in the social sense, right? Specifically this sort of sense that my most powerful resources as a citizen are those that I can reach out and touch. They're those that are at arm's length and very much bound up in personal relationships. The second aspect is uncertainty, right? So the emergence of post-Soviet Russia itself is a story largely I think of the breakdown of signaling mechanisms. Somebody mentioned Steve Solnick and stealing the state. There's a big part of that in that story, but it goes beyond that, right? So it's the economic signals bound up in prices and currency. It's the political signals bound up in ideology. It's the threat signals that are bound up in the public use of force that becomes very diffuse in the post-Soviet period, right? So the post-Soviet story of Russian citizenship, then I think we can think about as an attempt to replace the uncertainty of these socially distant entanglements with the state, with formal institutions, to replace those with the relative certainty of more socially proximate or local entanglements. I don't know if anybody can hear me. There's a lot of noise out there. And we've seen this sort of aggressive immobility undermine a lot of things that the Russian government has tried to do since Vladimir Putin came to power, including some things that we would not think of as overtly political, right? So the reform of social welfare benefits in 2004, 2005, right, which sought to replace in-kind benefits with cash payouts. The reform of university entrance procedures, which replaced on-site oral exams, usually with national standardized tests. The creation of homeowners associations, condominium associations to give residents more control over their buildings. A lot of these are textbook neoliberal reforms that have very little to do with politics, but all of them were fiercely resisted and in a lot of cases fatally sabotaged by bottom-up resistance, precisely because one of the things they did was to force people out of the informal, individualized, arm's length kind of relationships that have given them certainty over the last several decades and into formal, impersonal relationships that, in terms of citizens' vernacular understanding of power, lack the fundamental building blocks of trust. More recently, similar patterns of resistance have upended everything from the introduction of highway tolls for freight shippers to the government's attempts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic a few years ago, and even the so-called partial mobilization that began in the fall of 2022 to draft some 300,000 men to fight in Ukraine, right? So if we look at this history, we see that resistance can emerge, right? Usually beginning with the perception that the phenomenon in question, right, is in fact a threat to the localized structures of security and prosperity on which citizens are relying. Right? But the initial response to this threat tends to be for citizens to seek a personal route out of the danger or the problem that they're facing, right? If that personal, individualized coping mechanism fails, or if it's blocked by the state, then we can see the emergence of a collective response, not infrequently in the form of protest. But importantly, it's the state itself that generates these protests by blocking the individualized solutions and thus forcing citizens into a collective response. When these protests do escalate, and not infrequently they do, they often force the state to back down, right? Coming back to Mark's point earlier today about some of the weaknesses in the system, right? And the escalation itself then thus depends on whether the state continues to treat protesters as an undifferentiated group, right? So again, blocking off these individualized coping mechanisms, in which case protests are likely to escalate, or whether it reverts back to allowing a flexible, individualized approach in which we can expect protests to dissipate. So coming to the war, don't have a lot of data. The ways I like to do research for the moment are closed off to me since I can't go to Russia and talk to people. But from what I can tell from those people I can talk to, as well as beginning to dig through way too much data from Telegram and other places, what I think I'm seeing, three things broadly. One is an overwhelming focus on individualized problem solving. Not making a moral or normative judgment here. It's just I think what is probably to be expected. People are aware, though, if you look at what they're saying, of the theoretical availability of collective resistance mechanisms. They're aware of the idea that you could protest. And if you could get enough people into the streets, that it would be impossible for the regime to do things like draft lots of men into the military and prevent them from leaving the country if they don't want to serve. But they tend not to believe that these mechanisms will be effective, not because they're opposed to protest or think that protest or opposing the state is a bad idea, but because they don't believe that there is sufficient solidarity available for them in society, right? They look around and say, everybody else has been so suppressed, everybody else is so scared, there's no point in us even in trying. Caveat, there may be exceptions to this in regions or communities that have a strong ethnic or ethno-confessional identity or that have sort of strong horizontal social institutions, but I don't have the data to test that. Second observation, response to moral shocks tends to get pulled in one or two directions, right? So we do see people out there talking about this specifically in moral terms. And demanding, at least from the outset, a collective and a revolutionary response. They haven't gotten a lot of traction, obviously, as we've seen over the last 15 months or so. And so what's happened is that these conversations, again, have gone in one of two directions, right? One is to support individualized resistance, right? So we see a lot of movements that started out as resistance movements, collective resistance movements, even revolutionary movements, but whose activists have switched essentially to supporting individualized coping or resistance, giving people advice on how to get out of the country, how to go for alternative civil service, how to get out of the draft, but imbuing that support in the language of moral resistance, right? So explaining that you're doing this not just to save yourself, but you're doing this as part of a greater cause, although frankly, I think what I'm seeing is that language begins to fade over time as people emphasize, again, the needs of individuals. The other route that this tends to take, right, is for people and groups to create spaces of what we might think of as moral sovereignty beyond the reach of the regime, right? So places where they can continue to talk in the language of a very different understanding of power and how power should operate. But the problem is that these spaces are also beyond the reach of sort of Russian social reality. So while activists are free to speak the language that resonates with them and to think about power in that way, it also means that they gradually lose traction with Russians, particularly on the ground. The feminist anti-war resistance actually is a very good example of both of these trends happening at the same time. And lastly, where mobilization originates outside of the war subfield. So one of the things I've looked at, for example, is municipalities around the country that, as part of a municipal reform, have been forced to merge with larger cities, right? So smaller towns are losing local governance autonomy, something that has nothing to do with the war. People are responding to this the way they have in the past, and seem genuinely surprised to find that the war is exerting power over their concerns. So the things they used to be able to do, to go and protest at the governor's office, for example, and maybe even get a hearing, that opportunity isn't there anymore. They're met by the police before they even get the chance to take their signs out of their bags, right? I think in the interest of time, I will stop it there, but look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samuel. Very interesting, detailed dynamics of the variety of attitudes. We now have Phil Ayoub from University College London, working from an international interrelation perspective, and Christina Stöckl from Luis University in Rome, working on a more sociological perspective, presenting a paper on the double helix entanglements of transnational advocacy, moral conservative resistance to LGBT rights. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Get the PowerPoint up, but while they're doing that, it's very nice to be back in Florence, and actually, especially for us, because Christina and I met when I was a postdoc at the UI, and Christina was working there as well, and we had ideas that developed into a book project that we've been working on for the last decade, and now are getting very close to the finish line, in that the book is finally in production. And the topic of the book is about global resistances to LGBTI rights, which might make a first seem out of place for this conference, but indeed, gender and sexuality have played a serious role, both in many different ways in the post-Soviet space, and have also become part of various geopolitical politics there, including in the war that we've talked about a lot today, and the way that war is justified, and the way certain political actors frame that war relating to gender and sexuality. And so what I'll do now is I'll present a little bit our broader theoretical model of how some of the gains that we've seen around LGBT rights have been met with a coordinated resistance that works in a transnational way. And after the first 10 minutes on that, Christina, who's an expert on Russia, will talk about the central role of the Russian case in that transnational advocacy network around opposition to LGBTI rights. And I'll just start with a very brief, kind of parallel to kind of explain that, how these networks, these transnational advocacy networks work. And of course, we've had a lot of literature in the last couple of decades on how LGBT rights have transformed from, relatively, many states not having those kind of issues to becoming a norm in many different states, like marriage equality, which existed, nowhere, not at the turn of the century, and now exists in multiple dozens of states. But there has been, a response to that has also moved a lot from resistance at the national space to also using transnational advocacy networks. And an example of that is in 2016, when I was in Nicosia at a conference called Reclaiming Family Values, which would sound like a more conservative event, but it was actually an LGBT politics event that gathered activists from around the world to talk about how to, I quote, take the wind out of the sails of their opposition that they had noticed had increasingly in the last year started, targeting the work that they do as part of this new moral conservative paradigm. That same year, Christina was in May 17th in Tbilisi at a World Congress of Families event. Interestingly, that day in LGBT activism is usually known as the International Day Against Homo and Transphobia, but that year the Georgian state had decided to make that day a holiday called Family Day, and of course the conference had a lot to do about protecting that sphere from the outside influence of the, gay agenda. And so we argue that these resistances are quite interesting because they actually have employed, especially in the last decade, many of the same transnational tools that LGBT people used, so the kind of boomerang models that we have seen where there's certain transnational advocacy networks, certain pioneer states that support them, and also IOs that have supported these rights that have led to kind of revolution in these politics around LGBT rights are also being mimicked by a counter movement that uses now many of those same tools. And we show that these resistances are plural. They build off a long history of politicized moral conservative narratives and an institutional infrastructure that unites ideologically incongruent and geographically scattered actors around perceived threats such as communism, demographic decline, nativist panic, and secularism. And this project responds specifically to kind of 4 puzzles that we identify in the literature. One, that the emergence of this transnational network was hard to predict by some of the transnational advocacy network literature originally, which was looking mainly in the 90s at more progressive movements. Of course, this critique has been levied many times since, but we add to that of course, these same channels are available to conservative movements. There was also an optimism around post-material modernity and cosmopolitan secularism in the literature that these movements directly challenge, and that we have not seen that kind of steady movement in just one direction. Instead, we see enormous polarization in many parts of the world around gender and sexuality. And then finally, there is a puzzle in that, nationalism, which many scholars of LGBT rights had seen as a main impediment to those rights, was usually perceived, it was usually thought that, since nationalists had a strong national ideology, that they would be less likely to use those transnational tools that had won LGBT people so many gains. But of course, in recent years, we see more and more that people with nationalist ideologies are also quite willing to coordinate globally in a very cooperative way, which is something we see with this movement. And the same holds also for sociologists of religion that saw that the distinctiveness of varied faiths may be impediments to cross-border organizing, but that the kind of conservative ecumenism that we see these days also challenges, this assumption. And these are puzzles that we try to respond to directly in our work by identifying that there are rival networks around these issues in world politics, that there are key actors, and trying to pinpoint who they are, including both activist groups and certain states, and trying to identify their claims and strategies, and then also responses by LGBTI movements to these issues. I'll just proceed, by mentioning briefly these components before handing it over to Christina. So in terms of the existence of rival advocacy networks, I mean, this is something that many scholars have started to identify in the last 10 years, and Christina and I join, that there is very clear data that these transnational networks around moral conservative issues have developed, and that they're well formed. And what Christina and I suggest is that it creates, kind of a double spiral model. For those of you in IR literature aware of the spiral model, or we could call it parallels spiral, but we build on that by saying that we might think of it as using a double helix metaphor, that LGBT movements are not just meeting their resistance in the domestic space. Instead, there is another advocacy network that's meeting them at all levels, including at the international level, at the UN, at the EU institutions. And the helix creates a space for interaction, and that is indeed what these movements are doing. They have to respond to each other, and so we see a lot of framing changes. That explains why the LGBT movement is talking a lot about families and children's rights, which of course their opposition talks about human rights as well, but they talk about children's rights or women's rights or religious liberty in a very different way in order to oppose them. And so we look at this interaction between the two, and we sketch the varied actors that comprise this counter movement, which of course include groups like the International Organization for the Family, Citizen Go, Agenda Europe, various other groups that have important intellectual roots, mainly tracing back to the US, but have developed across borders in the last decades, and then also have important states and IOs that support this work in a transnational network. And we've done a variety, Christina's team has done a variety of network analysis that really shows, and this is, I guess, hard to see on the screen, but these groups come from many different parts of the world, and they are connected, and they meet in a way that really shows the transnational transnational nature of this work. And what mobilizes them is a narrative that scholars of gender and sexuality have been studying for years. They have a kind of glue that ties them together around a narrative of the threat of gender, so-called gender ideology, which Kuhar and Paternot defined as an ideological matrix of a set of abhorred ethical and social reforms, namely sexual and reproductive rights, same-sex marriage and adoption, new reproductive technologies, same-sex education, gender mainstreaming, protection against gender violence, and others. And these issues bring together groups that we might think of not so likely to cooperate together, but they have this kind of glue that they can put aside certain differences to come together in these networks under the name of moral conservatism. And you see the effect of that in campaigns that you see similar narratives from Florida's Don't Say Gay bill to, of course, the more prominent Russian version about 10 years ago that limited public expression around LGBT issues and has been intensified in recent years, and of course also has appeared in Hungary and other states. So these networks also diffuse certain kind of policies around this issue. I'm going to not talk so much about LGBT rights responses because even though they're very interesting, for the sake of time, I think we need to move on to Christina so she can talk a little bit more about one of the key actors in that case, which is the Russian case study.
Maybe, yeah, you can just move the slide, yes. Okay, so at this point, let me take over from Philip and zoom in on one of the cases that we spotlight in our book, and about which I've actually written a separate book with my co-author Dimitri Uslana. And let me also stress that I've come to this project with Philip on global resistances to LGBT rights from the Russian angle. And as a sociologist of religion with a background in Slavic studies, I had worked on the Russian Orthodox Church and religion-state relations in Russia for many years. And then back around 2012, I noticed that something new was happening, something that needed an explanation. A Russian Orthodox Church that was historically poor in social teaching and theologically unaccustomed to precise statements about the challenges of modern society, started to intervene in public debates with precise legal terminology and demands. No longer vague appeals to Zabornost and personality that should triumph over Western individualism, no longer some general superiority of the Orthodox civilization over the decadent Latin West. Instead, the publication of a social doctrine, the publication of a human rights doctrine, the establishment of a representation of the Moscow Patriarchate to the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, targeted lobbying inside Russia for a law against hurting religious feelings in the wake of the Pussy Riot, and for a law against gay propaganda targeting pride parades. In 2009, the Moscow Patriarchate got the opportunity to test its traditional values ideas at the United Nations Human Rights Council in coordination with the Russian Foreign Office. By that time, the actors, think tanks, and groups clustered around the oligarchs Konstantin Malofeev and Yakunin had entered the scene, forcefully representing Russia inside moral conservative transnational actor networks like the World Congress of Families or Citizen Go. By 2012, the traditional values agenda was fully operational, both domestically and internationally. A World Congress of Families was held in Moscow in 2014. 2 more congresses were held with Russian participation in Tbilisi and in Chisinau in Moldova in 2016 and 18. And a global home education conference with American partners took place in St. Petersburg in 2018. The Moscow Patriarchate co-organized the World Summit in Defense of Persecuted Christians with the Billy Graham Evangelical Association in 2017, and the Russian branch of Citizen Go set up their own website. The constitutional amendment of 2020 incorporated traditional values and marriage between man and woman into the Russian constitution. Now, in order to understand how the Moscow Patriarchate could turn into a moral conservative norm entrepreneur in its own right, and one has to dig deeper into the recent history of the church and church-state relations and shed light on how precisely a religious institution previously devoid of precise social teaching turned into a champion of moral conservative values. And that is precisely what I've done in the book co-authored with Dimitrius Lana, and it was published in December last year with Fordham University Press. And I point to this publication in the context of the publication with Philip because it tells the Russian story of the global culture wars in greater detail. The book goes back into the late 1980s to document the influence of Christian right groups from the West, for example, Focus of the Family, the Billy Graham Evangelical Association, the World Congress of Families, and other Christian pro-life and homeschooling groups on the Russian Orthodox Church, all the way up to 2018. And in a big parabola that covers the whole phases of Russian actors learning the culture wars to then stepping to doing the culture wars, the book ends with an epilogue written already after the start of the war in 2022, and it ends with Russia's definite weaponization of the culture wars, which we also try to catch with the cover of the book. So looking at Russia's traditional values agenda from a transnational angle throws an innovative constructivist spotlight on Russia's conservative turn in the past decade. It reveals the Russian traditional values agenda for what it is, a hybrid propagandistic construct that draws both on sources internal to Russian history and society, namely a stagnant conservatism of the late Soviet period and Orthodox traditionalism, and on external sources. I call these external sources global culture war ready-mades or plug-and-play concepts that have become the markers of a social conservative global agenda, pro-family, pro-life, anti-gender. When presenting this constructivist angle on Russia's traditional values agenda, people often do not understand because they look at pictures of Patriarch Kirill under a gilded onion dome and at Putin lighting a candle, and then they assume that, well, that's just how Russia is now, conservative, religious, and what is more conservative and religious than pro-family, pro-life, and anti-gender? Well, not exactly. I think we have to appreciate the novelty of the traditional values discourse in the Russian context. The term itself, traditional values, was not in wide circulation prior to 2012. And the Orthodox ideal of human sexuality is not the married couple, but the celibate monk. And for the Orthodox Church Fathers, procreation is a compromise with human nature, and the preferred pathway to salvation is sexual abstinence. And as for abortion, the Church had been silent on it all throughout the Soviet period. So just think about it, that Patriarch Kirill motivates the Russian invasion of Ukraine on March 6, 2022, in a sermon by saying that the invasion was necessary in order to prevent gay parades taking place in Donetsk. I mean, gay parades. And he uses the term like a culture war ready-made, a marker of modern social conservatism that travels across languages and cultures much more easily than any other classical Orthodox trope of anti-Westernism could ever have traveled. It weighed Ukraine in the name of filioque against the West, against the Latin West. So that would not have worked quite the same way. It would not have worked vis-à-vis Western listeners that admire Russia's conservative turn, and these are the networks that we document in the book. But it also wouldn't have worked vis-à-vis the, after all, highly secularized and religiously illiterate Russian society that has now traditional values instead as to recognize. So the traditional values discourse serves a dual purpose inside Russia. Internally, it is an instrument of repression of civil society, freedom of expression, artistic freedom, freedom of assembly, and all other kind of civic liberties. And traditional values have become a policing tool that allows the authorities to push for a consolidation around a single state ideology. Externally, the traditional values discourse also has a precise function. In the period that you describe in the book with Dimitri, the traditional values discourse has allowed for alliance making with actors on the right from the West and from other parts of the world. Thanks to the traditional values discourse, Russia has pretended to become a lead actor in the global resistances to LGBT rights. And the double helix model of norm entrepreneurship that Philip now presented, and that is the core argument of that other book, that is a key to understanding the dynamics that have brought Russia and the Russian Orthodox Church into that status of becoming a transnational norm polarizer. Now, let me just say a last word about the empirics that went into this research. From 2016 until 2019, an ERC grant allowed us to engage in extensive fieldwork, in the course of which we conducted 120 interviews with transnationally connected moral conservative actors in Russia, US, Hungary, Austria, Moldova, Italy. We attended multiple events organized by the World Congress of Families, Global Home Education Exchange, and ecumenical church gatherings. And in addition, we drew on Philip's research between 2009 and 19, and some 125 interviews with SOGI rights advocates. Together, this combined to a mixed methods approach involving semi-structured interviews, participant observation, content analysis, and network analysis that is attentive to the complex history of anti-SOGI resistance and its global ties. And then we just have a last slide with the plan of the book that Philip and I have presented here in a nutshell, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The question is whether the same groups are present in the Ukraine and fighting each other on the war. Perhaps that would be interesting. Maria Chiara Franceschelli is a PhD student of ours here in Florence, and she has worked on Russian civil society. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. I'm the last speaker of the day. We're almost at the end of this very rich and intense day, so please bear with me for 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will take advantage of the fact that I'm the last speaker to
try and raise some points of discussion that can somehow connect what have been said throughout the day, and that can also hopefully be brought to the discussion tomorrow. So in my opinion, what we see from these different contributions is the image of a void, a big void that has many aspects and has many faces. It has been also conceptualized as a crisis of hegemony, so as the famous also interregnum of Gramsci, of something that has gone, but and the new cannot be born. But this void is also an infrastructural void, and this is also maybe what we can see from the protests that have been analyzed in the previous panel. So a void of infrastructure, of participation, and of political representation, and about which people are protesting, but still it has not been filled yet. But we also see a void, a crisis in security and stability of Russia as a country in this case, that for which also the Kremlin also find refugees in vague and dynamic identity politics, in liquid identity politics, that flow into the formation of a moral conservative ideology that eventually, and this is in my opinion, in my view, also contributes to reinforce that non-antagonistic elite conflict and creates a ready-made teleological mission that goes hand in hand with the preservation of the elite interests that still rule in the country, and also with the hopeful, wishful for the Kremlin restoration of the country in the global sphere. So we also saw a gradual but steady decoupling of state and civil society, and in which civil society is also more and more devoid of its infrastructure. We see no creation, no upcoming shared space for political negotiation, for negotiation over all the new political models that can overcome the multifaceted crisis that Russia is going through, and that has eventually also led to the, among other things, to the war in Ukraine. So we see how Russia has eventually fell into a domain of anti-politics, which is both, although differently, shared by civil society and the state. An anti-politics that, again, as I said, also results in a new ideological framing emerging that can eventually also contribute to preserving the elite privilege. We saw also power as an inertial force, and we also saw ways in which power can be co-constructed by the people in ways that can ultimately do not contribute to the overcoming of this void, but that nonetheless still guarantee the fragile equilibrium of the power still ruling in Russia. And we also saw the weaponization of identity politics into an effective ideology that ceases to be soft power only, although soft power is also something quite important to consider, but that can ultimately become an element that contributes to ensure the remnants of security among the ontological crisis in which Russia has found itself. And I think these are all elements that can contribute to clarify and understand what is going on in this dramatic critical juncture that we're going through. And my last point, I think, also relates to the concept of democracy and democratization, which is one of the core concepts that has been also put forward also in the title of this conference. So I think it's about time to abandon the category of democracy as an analytical category. Democracy itself does not tell us much about analytical qualities of a certain state or a certain event, and ultimately risks to embody a teleological vision, a scale. However, and also democracy can also be, is always discursively constructed. So it can mean many different things. It can be weaponized, as it also has happened in the Russian political discourse has research has also proven that cannot be necessarily associated with good things. It can be an anti-democratic discourse can be weaponized to retain a fragile power. However, thinking about democracy, non-democracy, and failed democratization, if we go through the elements that have characterized this crisis, which we have been doing today, can tell us much more about this kind of crisis and why actually democracy has not been attained. So eventually, if we go into the concept and we disentangle it, we will find much more about what's actually going on. And I think this is what we have been doing today. And so we're on the good path. So thank you.
Thank you very much. My comment is that I heard too little this afternoon an analysis of nationalism and right-wing ideology and fascism in various forms as the obvious way in which this void can be filled, because that's what the origin of fascism is exactly this gap between political structures and social tension. But this is something for tomorrow discussion. Donatella, any other question? Quick. Too many questions. Okay.
My question is about the timing and my question for you, then I have a question for Samuel as well, and the connection between the nationalist, exclusive nationalism, however you want to call it, in Putin's Russian, but also in Trump's United States, because also Trump was a promoter and financing this type of networks. And I was wondering, in terms of timing, which type of connections there is between both the Trump side of the transnational network, the Putin side, and the connections between the argument about making America great again or making Russia great again, and the arguments about the anti-gender. And so to which extent, also in terms of timing, the visions of Putin as pragmatic in the beginning is, say, misleading, if considering also this element of politizations that was relevant also there. And for Samuel, I was connecting your presentations to Oleg's one and thinking in terms of waves of politizations and depolitization, and to which extent the type of protest that you described are a sort of frustrated, depoliticized protest that say, face a moment in which the regime is particularly repressive. And then this could also bring about processes of repolitizations, which we...
Question for both. To Samuel, I was curious, I mean, when people do not believe that protest could work, this sense of powerlessness, do they imagine that, I mean, do they refer more to the ability to undermine the Kremlin's power, or there are also some, there is also a regional dimension? I mean, do they imagine themselves having a successful protest at the regional level, at the city level against a governor, or the immediate linkages is being made between protests and managing really to do something. Because, I mean, I was interested basically, sorry, because it's really not my subject, so I don't have the vocabulary, I think, of sociology, but to what extent space plays, to what extent the sense that the country is just too big and the city centers and urban spaces are just too far one from another, is a factor that play in this sense of not making it happen. Because it's one of the arguments that is made on the contrary, that it was difficult to organize protests because there are sufficient centers to then repress the protest. And also, but this is just a thought, do you see a potential, not at the level of protests, local protests, but a potential for renegotiating in the medium term some powers at the regional level with the Kremlin along ethnic lines? I mean, looking at the Gorbachev experience, the only idea that comes to my mind is that could be kind of, at a certain point, discontent among the medium level politics, governors that would push Putin, not really maybe to undermine the power, but to renegotiate some competencies, and that he could not really oppose it. But it's just a question if you think that it's and to Phil and Christina, whether you think that the current context is changing the channels that these actors are gonna use, because we see now how conservatives are being institutionalized also because of this more moral war between democracy and authoritarianism. So while we saw the debate, I don't know, against populism and the role of populism, and they were portrayed as a threat. Now we're looking at conservative parties that are just adapting to some key subject like support to Ukraine on the one side and just being part of the institution. So how does it change the kind of networks you?
Yeah, I'll give a quick question to both presenters. Sam, do you, given the choking off of these channels of potential protest, one would expect that there would be a rise in what Jim Scott called hidden transcripts behind the face. Have any sense of that? I mean, I know that's hard to tell on Telegram because that's not hidden entirely to the face of power. But do you have any evidence that that's that kind of growing, and that's what we would expect to be in a situation dominated with no voice? And for Phil and Christina, I guess the question I have has to do again with the war and how this translates into the war. You see, for instance, in Western democracies, cracks in fostered by conservative parties, right? Often over this issue. Sense of identification with Putinism and so on. So can you talk a little bit about how it plays in?
Thank you so much. And I follow for Phil and Christina. I was totally impressed by this research, and I want to read the book, and totally impressed that you have done so many interviews to these nasty people. But now I want to know more about these strategies. So what do you think in these networks, what were the main purposes, the main aims of the networks? Was it more the economy, so to put together the money, the funding to then fund anti-LGBT campaigns? Was it more to share the political ideas, authoritarian political ideas? Was to share knowledge, discourse? And then I was left because you went too fast through the LGBTI responses, and I'd like to hear. So what are the responses there? Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is, I'm going to move away from Russia a little bit, more about the double helix model. The way I understood it, at least it's a metaphor for movement, counter-movement relations. And of course, it's an approach that has a lot of explanatory value and has been proven. What I found lacking when I used it in my cases in the Balkans, the anti-gender movement, is that it doesn't explain as much as I hoped. Maybe because of a lack of, well, it helps a lot in the peaks of contention, especially when it comes to mirroring frames between the feminist and conservative movement. But I was reading particularly works by Ziad Munson and more recently Martina Avanza, who has a really great, a plea for an emic approach, which is about the intra-movement or internal conflicts and differences, which in my case explains a lot. And not in the sense that there are these usual, what we would imagine, conflicts about the brands of nationalism. This is something that you mentioned as a kind of barrier to transnational cooperation of nationalists, but very precise and serious conflicts about strategy, whether or not to collaborate with parties, with the state, whether public prayer should be a protest or it's a blasphemy, etc. So to not keep it too long, the question is whether you see on a transnational level the importance of internal contradictions or the development of the strategies and frames of the, let's say, political moral conservatives. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Also my question to you two, because I do a PhD on also the transnationalization of anti-gender movements. So I'm looking forward to reading your book. And I have 2.5 questions, I would say, and they somehow connect also to other questions that were raised. So the one question was, of course, about the timeline that you raised. My question would be more, do you see where it's coming from? So who are the driving forces in the transnational advocacy network who are trying to combine them all, so to say? Not in the sense maybe of timeline who started it, but maybe who are the ones that are really trying to unite these nationalist actors, or usually nationalist actors. And the other question that I have is also connected to the helix model, because usually the boomerang effect, right, would say that if domestic opportunities are closed, the actors will try to go to the transnational level. So for the Russian case, I wonder, why is Russia then transnationalizing? Because we cannot really say that in Russia there was a strong LGBTQI movement or a feminist movement and so on and so forth. So generally, I would say, yeah, the domestic opportunities for them are quite open in Russia. So why do they go transnational? Why do they engage in this? So which then adds, like, is partly connected to this question. So what is the goal? Yeah.
Sure. Well, thanks for all the questions. Donatella, waves of politicization, depoliticization, is this frustrated depoliticized protest? I mean, certainly the protests in February and March of 2022 felt frustrated, but I think it's always dangerous to read these things backwards, right? You never really know what you're going to get until you're out on the streets and you see how many people are there. And I think, in fact, the first reactions of people on the first nights, right, was, more akin to the early nights of Bolotnaya in 2011, when people were looking around and thinking, wow, there's a lot more of us here than I thought there was going to be. And that very quickly then turns into, actually, there's not nearly enough of us here to make a difference. But I think that there are certain constituencies within this community that have learned the lessons, actually going back to 2011, that we shouldn't necessarily write ourselves off too soon, right? Because we are, we need to have the capacity to go on the streets and then be surprised by how many people are there and build some momentum out of that. I think the problem really is that a lot of damage had been done to that movement a year or so before we ever got to the start of the war, right? Once they crushed the protests after Navalny's return in January of 2021, too many people were in jail, too many people were in exile for there to be enough of an infrastructure, I think, to build something. So to your question of could it re-politicize, yes. I don't see any reason why it couldn't. It would require new people and a new infrastructure, but they have the, I mean, Russian society has the capacity to produce that. I'm not pessimistic about that. But I think it would take a shift in tactic from the state. I think the state would have to decide that they need a much higher and uniform level of compliance from people than they're currently willing to demand. Otherwise, there's no, it's too easy for people to get out of whatever the issues are as individuals, and there's no inherent reason to go for a collective response. But my gut sense at the moment. Carolina, regional dimension. So when it comes to what I'm seeing about the draft in particular, every once in a while people will say, because it is regional governments often that are responsible for the kit that people get when they get sent off to fight, right? So, and some governors, in order to boost their recruitment numbers, have been going above and beyond, which creates sort of a competitive, but also a socially competitive dynamic, right? In which people say, well, wait a minute, this governor in the neighboring oblast is kitting out their soldiers much better than ours is. So what's up with that? But to your bigger question, could it lead to a renegotiate? So it's interesting. We did see with the first military call-up in the fall, right, that there were differing levels of protest and resistance in different regions. Governors were given the ability to sort of negotiate that how they needed to, and that really has been the way that the Kremlin has dealt with local crises, right, for a long time. More recently, there was some reporting that they will, governors have asked the presidential administration to push back or somehow alter the implementation of this electronic military call-up system because it runs through the same systems that they need to use to get people to sign up to vote. And so if you're trying to figure out how you're going to get enough people to vote the right way in 2024, and people don't want to sign up for this system because it could end up sending them to the military, there's a conflict of interest quite clearly. But that's very far from the kind of renegotiation that you're talking about. So as long as Putin's in power, frankly, I think that's a step too far. Mark, really good question. I don't have an answer. I mean, I think the problem, but not just, because I don't know how I would know it if I was seeing it. And I'm a little afraid of wishful thinking. So I would love to read, love to read all the emigration, right, in that light. I would love to read, so the Navalny campaign, right, says, every person who's not volunteering, right, just to go fight, right, is resisting, right? I understand why they're saying that, and I would love for it to be true. I'm not empirically convinced I could make that argument and get it through peer review. And then very briefly, I'm with you on abandoning democracy as an analytical category, but I take it a step further and say, let's abandon formal analytical categories when it comes to trying to describe the dynamics that we're seeing, at least sort of in country case studies and this sort of thing, because they're not. These formal categories are, I think, less helpful than trying to understand how power is experienced from a citizen's point of view, in which you're right. I think these definitions, whether it's democracy or whatever, the problem is anything else you pick is also going to be discursively constructed, right? So let's just throw it all out and sort of.
I'll try to guess the ones that Christina will like to answer more and try to say a few things about the others. So in terms of timing, I think, yes, I mean, certainly this kind of the Trump-like politics around nationalism, which has been very exclusive to movements around gender and sexuality because they're more fluid movements. The fixity of nation really clashes with that, and I think it has created a plateau in many different contexts. In terms of the timing, though, of this movement, I think it's a bit more complicated there, and it connects a bit to your question about opportunity structures closing. I think it was before where in the US, in particular, a lot of the moral conservative crusaders, like if you think of the Mormon Church's involvement in California, when they started losing battles, they started transnationalizing the US culture wars more, and that happened in part also during the Obama years when those actors saw themselves as the opportunity is closing in the US and they transnationalized. So there, to get to the boomerang model, Russia is not the case. Russia is the norm entrepreneur case that is supporting those actors and that they're finding also space and collaboration with. So it's like the Netherlands for the LGBT movement, I guess, when the Polish activists find a closed opportunity there, they transnationalize and find support from cases like Norway. So I think that's a little bit how, roughly I would respond to that point. In terms of, cracks, this is a really good question, Mark, and I think we have to see a little bit. I think it could go both ways in a way, because we definitely, in 2014, some of us were writing about the very intense debate around LGBT rights that happened with the invasion of Crimea, kind of seeing Ukraine moving one direction or another. And then we saw that happen again now. And I mean, there's, attitudes supposedly are improving now in Eastern Europe towards LGBT rights because, maybe Russia's moral entrepreneurship is, or moral authority is cracking as well through this war. But I mean, Christina will have thoughts on it as well, but I think we have a little bit to see what this does for the LGBT movement in general. When it comes to the question about LGBT responses, and thank you, Emma, and also your work has been incredible in this area on gender ideology and understanding it. LGBT responses have been very interesting, and it connects a little bit to Ivan's point there too, in terms of I think at the transnational level, there is more of a united front than at the grassroots level, which, Ivan, you're saying was very correct there, that strategies start to diverge and there's a lot of contestation, including a Polish campaign, for example, that was rolled out in 2016, which was called Let Us Show Each Other a Sign of Peace, which is what Catholics say to each other in Mass. And the idea there was to kind of give an olive branch to Catholics. It had two shaking hands with a rosary and a rainbow flag. And the idea behind that campaign was contentious at the grassroots level. There was not widespread enthusiasm of, reconciling with the Catholic Church in queer communities, but at the transnational level, it was seen as a very successful campaign that was exported to other movements as well in other countries to say that we're using a resonant frame. Catholic bishops wrote a letter to German bishops in 1965 saying, let us show each other a sign of peace. Poles know about this story, and it was connected, that campaign connected to that resonant frame to say, let's build bridges with our religious LGBT, communities and straight Catholic communities to really draw in themes of religion and also themes of the family. The family has been a major issue, talking about the rights of the child. So in LGBT movements, there has been this frame saying we are the children's rights movement, and then the focus is on protecting children in rainbow families. There's been a concerted effort to repackage the idea of family to make it more inclusive bracket. And so Christina and I have also studied, with content analysis, looking at how these movements at the transnational level are in their conferences and gatherings, how their language has changed, and we see a lot more usage of religious themes and family themes in order to really, confront their opposition, and then quite directly, I mean, they're well aware of this. They at every organization, every meeting, there are panels saying, confronting the transnational advocacy movement against, LGBT rights, and so they're trying to do also what we're trying to do, and many scholars are trying to do, is to pinpoint these actors and trying to deflate their frames as much as possible. So I should stop there and let you carry on.
Yeah, no, but I will be really brief. I mean, you've answered the question on Trump. I mean, really, the book goes back much further. So it really starts in the 80s already. And on the point of nationalism, so I think, nationalism, and this is about imperial legacies, in the Russian context is because it's really an imperial nationalism. And I think one reason why Russia picks up, and especially the Russian Orthodox Church picks up this agenda in its foreign policy, is to reach out to their understanding of the Ruski Mir. I mean, they reach out to Ukraine, to Moldova, to Georgia. I mean, and it's not by accident that the World Congress of Families, organized with Russian help, is in that region, and is trying to present a choice. You want the heterosexual family, you want demographic growth, you want children to be alive and not be aborted, so you turn to Russia. You want LGBT rights, you want abortion, and go with the West. And of course, that's really, demagogic. But it's what was striking for me when we were there in the fieldwork is that this was like wholly supported also by Western actors, so Italians, Germans, Americans, who were also there, pushing their anti-EU agenda, or the French, for that matter. And I think in that context now, the war has really changed a lot. I mean, first of all, I think it is made clear that being pro-European is not a question of being pro or anti-gender. That this is just the wrong parameters of debate. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, which has been extremely reluctant to move on the question of non-discrimination on basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, that took a long time to ratify the Istanbul Convention. They're much more on the same plane with Poland, but then also on the case of Poland, the transatlantic orientation and the support for Ukraine is not in question, even though they don't agree with the EU on these issues. So I think what probably the EU has to be up for is that some of these debates on social values will become much harsher in Brussels vis-a-vis other EU member states. But I don't really think that's a tragedy. I mean, it's kind of part of the democratic game. I mean, what the war has really shown is that what is really at stake, and that this dichotomy of either you are with Russia or you are with the EU, and then you are for heterosexual norms or homosexual norms is simply wrong. But fact is, yes, I think the period we did this study, that was a very powerful image. And I think now on the EU countries, and you mentioned the Christian right parties, I mean, look at Hungary. I mean, Hungary is still sort of the dreamland of American conservatives. And just last week, there was the Conservative Action Convention with a big poster on the no woke zone, and you could take a picture there. But other case, Italy. Italy hosted the World Congress of Families, and the Lega was very friendly and had a lot of connections with the Russian partners. But then they didn't, I mean, they are in the government now, but they didn't really win the elections. Fratelli d'Italia, Meloni won the elections. They have the same ideas on family values, but they have a much more transatlantic orientation when it comes to Ukraine. So I don't know what would have happened. I mean, I think one reason why Russia curated these contacts in the first place was hoping to have alliances that would hold more. And the only alliance that has really kind of held up based on these matters is Hungary, but not even, to the extent that's, So in terms of the driving forces, I mean, we use the term moralist international, Russia and the global culture wars, but the moralist international doesn't start and end with Russia. It starts much earlier, and there have been drivers. There have been different drivers. So there's been a period where the Vatican is the driver. Throughout the American Christian right are drivers. But then there were also small windows where, for example, the countries of the Islamic organization were drivers and were financing and giving money and doing things at the UN. And I think now we may actually be moving into a period where countries from the global south are the bigger drivers, because that has a lot of traction as well. So in that sense, I think there is not one driving force. I think it changes over time. And when we finished that book on the moralist international and Russia, we didn't think that we had described the Russian episode from the beginning to the end. But now somehow I get the sense that maybe that's it. That is what we have done. Because, as I said before, I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has really changed quite a lot. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone. Mary Chiara, you have a final word, or you contribute tomorrow? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much indeed. And see you tomorrow for a continuation of this conversation. And thank you very much to our staff, which has been patient and supporting all our online. And then thank you also to our online attendants. See you tomorrow. Bye.